can dream again. I'll tell you all my secrets. We're encouraged like a second skin. The kids are all dying. We're dying to believe again. Run through the open streets. We take what is needed. They say you're only young ones, but we live for it, we die for it, we live for forever. They say you're only young ones, but we live for it, we live for it, we live for forever. We can dream all night till the sun rises. They say you're only young ones, but we live for it, we die for it, we live for forever. I'll meet you at the airport. You know that we can touch the sky. Dancing in the aisles. We're skating on clouds of fire. The kids are all dying. We're dying to believe again. Run through the open streets. We take what is needed. Open up the skies, see the heavens clearer. I could change your mind. We know where we came from. Set our hearts on fire. The dreamers are all here. We could change your mind. They say you're only young ones, but we live for it, we die for it, we live for forever. They say you're only young ones, but we live for it, we live for it, we live for forever. We can dream all night till the sun rises. They say you're only young ones, but we live for it, we die for it, we live for forever.
I can't find my way back to you till you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Until you find your way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
could be holding up our light. We could be fighting for what's right. Or we could be falling to pieces. Under the bridge of fire burns, somewhere the pages start to turn, and somebody whispers, I need this. I will do anything just to make you see. Don't apologize for what's in your dreams. Maybe this time will be different. It's only us. It's only us. It's only us There is a beacon in the night, found in the temple of our life, showing us visions of the future. So many faces left to find, down in the caverns of our mind. Need you to follow me deeper. I will do anything just to make you see. Don't apologize for what's in your dreams. Maybe this time will be different. It's only us. It's only us. It's only us already shattered, holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back, holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back.
And here we go. Welcome to the Reverie Esports Open number 81. I'm your caster Effect FX, joined once again by Octavian, who has returned from PAX.
Yes, from the mystical Neverland of San Antonio. And I've returned with a slight cough behind my voice, so I apologize if that comes through in my casting, but the show must go on and go on at will, even if we are rather late into the night compared to when we usually begin. And we're going to be getting into the picks and bans here for our first match, which is going to be Rose Noir versus, and the name is escaping me. Team 7. Team 7. That'll be simple to remember, actually. That's nice.
It's one of the easier names we've had, but no less important to the people playing with it.
Oh, of course. I don't know if that's... I'm not sure if that's a reference to... what is it, Season 4 of the LCS, the NALCS? Maybe Season 4 or Season 5, I can't recall. There was a team in the NALCS, actually, that had rose up from the Challenger scene called Team 8, which is, of course, a play on words, on the word specifically, teammate. So I don't know if that's a reference to that team or not, whether it's purposeful or not, because it does seem like a reference one way or another. But hey, we'll see whether or not they have the same sort of very interesting playstyle that Team 8 brought to the game. In fact, Team 8's top laner was the first one to pull out Hecarim top back when that was a thing, if you can cast your mind back to that.
A while back.
A long time ago, though, in mists of the past, and we are here with our fancy new champion select and a few bans already through. Malzahar, Kha'Zix, and what's the last one here? Actually, in fact, Team 7 is going to abstain from a third ban. Interesting.
Well, that just means we're going to have the 5 bans. The last one is going to be a Rengar.
And nothing really too out of the ordinary as far as the ban.
Nope, you cut out there.
These are all relatively... Oh, apologies. Didn't mean to. Didn't do it on purpose, I promise. Nothing really too out of the ordinary as far as the bans are concerned here. Pretty standard meta stuff for the most part. Jace's first pick is actually relatively interesting compared to the bans. You don't see a lot of Jace's nowadays. He does crop up now and again. He's certainly not a huge oddity, just something of a fringe pick. And it does allow for a little bit of flexibility as well, because that can go into multiple lanes, being a mid or top laner.
The Maokai and the other tree man, whose name I've now forgotten because Ivern, that's it.
Yes. Yeah, Maokai and Ivern, brothers in the jungle.
Though,
apparently one of us is inaudible. Hopefully it's not me. I love the sound of his voice. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, second caster is inaudible according to the stream, so hopefully that shouldn't be coming through on my end. You can hear me.
If you can hear me, surely they can hear me. Let me check my mic.
Just make sure that the desktop audio is being picked up and I'm coming through fine. Apologies for that, folks, if you can hear me apologizing. Varus and Zyra are going to be locked in here. That's a aggressive, high damage bottom lane with a good amount of range to it. I like it. A little bit dangerous to pick Zyra this early on in the draft. She does have some pretty definitive counters in lane that can still be grabbed away by the side of Rose Noir. And it seems that I'm the one who's audible, and actually you are inaudible. In fact, so maybe it's just your mic that's muted on stream for some reason or another. I will continue the radio broadcast here, though, of the pick and ban, as Lulu and Jin are going to be the answer to the Varus and Zyra. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about that. I like Lulu Jin as a lane. Again, high damage, decent range, but they're going to be just slightly outranged by Varus Zyra. Since they're both relatively squishy, relatively immobile lanes, that could make all the difference. Of course, we'll have to see how that plays out once we get into the game. Last 2 picks here for the side of Team 7. And are you with me once again, Effect?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see if they can hear that. Can you guys hear that, guys? Hello? Testing?
I can certainly hear you, but I've been able to hear you the whole...
Yeah. If you can hear me, you should be able to hear me. Like, there's nothing on your end to distort me?
Oh, no, nothing at all. You have your tenor tones ringing through as clear as ever, my friend. But
I'm not muted on OBS.
hopefully.
It's so very weird.
Yes, it is certainly a little bit odd. I think your volume might just be a little bit too low.
Let me try
So
turning my
adjust that
gain up and
upwards as
see if that
necessary.
fixes it.
Yep. Technical issues aside, though, we still got a draft to get through, and Rek'Sai and Orianna are going to be the final 2 picks here for Team 7, who have something of an eclectic team composition. They've got great team fight, I'll give them that, between an Orianna, Varus, and Zyra. The Jace doesn't seem to fit in too terribly well to me. I imagine it's just going to be a comfort pick for Gnar in the top lane, because it doesn't really seem to compositionally do very much here. But Azir is an interesting hover.
Trying now. I've doubled the gain. Let's see if that's good or bad.
All right. That should fix the issue, I'd imagine. Azir, though, is locked in by Shurima, appropriately enough. I mean, with a name like that, I'm not surprised he plays Azir, but I'm still surprised he plays Azir because this meta is not exactly friendly. He's received quite a few nerfs over the last few seasons, honestly. It's been a little while since we saw the Beaked Emperor, and as such has fallen drastically out of favor. I think Jat put it best that he actually doesn't like Azir as a caster because when he is strong, he does everything. He's got wave clear, he's got damage, he's got harass, he's got lane presence, he's got escapes, mobility, CC in team fights. He doesn't do anything top tier. He's not S tier in any one specific situation, but he's A tier in everything, which makes him something of a nightmare to balance.
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me now? Testing again. Let me know if you can. If you can't hear me, I'll fiddle with it more, but hopefully we can get this issue fixed.
And we will have a little bit of time to resolve the issue. It's going to be a 3-minute spectator delay while we wait for the game to actually begin. So give us just a few moments, folks. We'll be cutting to a quick break and be right back with you as soon as possible.
This love that you never started, you once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back. Swear it's been 700 degrees in here since you came in. I could swear that this room has been running out of air, and now it's starting to spin. You make me feel kind of bad, kind of good, kind of everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kind of wrong, kind of right, kind of anything, and I would change it if I could.
And we're back. I've tripled my gain, so hopefully that's louder. If it continues to not even... If it continues to be bad, I'm going to switch mics. That'll have me step away for a second to pull it out of the closet, but that'll just be what it is.
And hopefully you are audible at this point.
Let me know, guys. Can you hear me? Hello? Testing?
You're not quite telling the truth. Oh? I can hear you. I can hear you just fine, in fact.
Okay, so that's good. You can hear me. But can they hear me?
Yes. Hopefully that's the case. We're going to be getting started now, and I say we truthfully because I am past the and into the game here with a pretty standard start. T7 actually getting a 3-man stack there in one particular entrance to the jungle, which is a little bit odd. Does cover a bit less, maybe a little less safe against an invade, but there's not going to be one coming, so they're perfectly fine. And yeah, going to be a pretty standard start from both junglers. I'm assuming starting on the bottom side here, given the position of both. Actually, no, Vile up on the top side. Might be going for a early jungle steal if he realizes that Rek'Sai is on the bottom side of the map and is not going to be up near the blue buff in time to protect it.
Well, we see a little bit of sneaky action from Smurf and Manbear Horsepig. Wanting to give a surprise to Nixay and Lucifer.
Yeah, that's something you'll often see a duo lane do nowadays if they don't need to leash for the jungler, as Vile on Ivern doesn't need a leash no matter where he starts, which is really, really rather nice, actually, for your duo lane or even your top lane if you're starting towards the top side. It gives you just that little bit of a lead in the early game that can mean a lot of damage onto a Zai, which is exactly where they want that damage. That fourth auto doesn't quite come through, I think, for
Lucifer
Smurf.
forced to flash. It's going to put the bottom side of RTB in a very good spot.
Yeah, and this lane matchup is really both sides are trying to accomplish the same high damage but low duo lanes that are looking to sort of win the skirmishes through the power of burst and cooldown rotations. There's the early level 2, so another cooldown available for both Manbear, Horsepig, and Smurf, as the fourth auto lands onto Nixay for a good bit of crit, and the minion wave gets pushed forward. Level 2 equalized by, at the very least, Nixay, if not Lucifer, who's been pushed back far enough to actually be at a experience deficit.
It's not much, but you keep cutting out a little bit here and there, just for like half a second each time.
Oh, yeah, that's an issue that I've had recently with Discord. Hopefully it resolves itself. I've yet to find the solution, but we're going to keep the show going. Because, of course, these players signed up for a tournament, and by God, we're going to give them one.
Absolutely.
And they're going to give each other one, because these are some new faces in the form of T7, but also returning teams that we know are quality. Rose Noir has won our Open in the past, I believe 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago. Actually, relatively recent.
It wasn't a week ago, but it was recently for sure, and they've done quite well even before that. So we're always happy to have them make a return.
So we know that one of these two teams is of high caliber, and if T7 has made it this far, then they are at least of good caliber, as SVV gets chased away in the mid lane by Shurima, who I've got an eye on this game. You don't see a lot of his ears.
Things are relatively slow, other than the action we saw in the bottom lane.
We may see yet more action, though. Vile coming to the bottom side and a fight breaking out. That flash is dangerously so, in fact, but he does manage to avoid the root collar as well as the deadly flourish. Retard Smurf, though, still getting the kill off that fourth auto crit. Ever so important in those early duels, and it's first blood to the gym. Meanwhile, top lane, I've got a sneeze coming on. As I apologize profusely. I have had a cold the last few days, and it is not staying put where it should. It's acting up. I apologize. But Gnar and Holy doing his best to keep the CS differential in his favor.
Well, SVV doing a very good job not letting the Spearman touch him. Shurima not quite having the luck, though. He is keeping up ahead in CS barely.
And Rose Noir as a whole are doing quite well for themselves. Almost a 1,000 gold lead 5 minutes into the game. It's certainly not something that's going to cinch it for you, but it's a great start. And even if Holy doesn't look like he's doing all that well into this lane, really doing just fine. Maokai is a poverty laner. A lot of gold. The fact that he's coming out even or even just a little bit ahead in terms of CS means that once we get to the mid and late game, he's going to be a darn tank.
Vile showing a little bit of love with the vision in the jungle.
Vile is actually continuing the duel here with WO3. And Shurima looks for a bit more damage into SVV. And all in all, aside from up top, it seems like control of these lanes has gone pretty well over to Rose Noir. SVV getting bullied back a little bit again. And I think we'll have to wait until we see some of these first itemizations. Speaking of which, Holy going for the double Dorans early before we get any more action.
Holy making a return to the top lane using the teleport, has picked up another Doran's ring, and a health crystal, and some cloth armor. So they're gonna give him some decent survivability and sustain against Gnar's harass.
Interesting discrepancy between these two supports here. Lucifer going for the really early Sightstone, which I actually agree with, than Manbear Horsepig's choice. But given the specific dual lane matchup that they're in, it might make a bit more sense to be going for the higher damage start. Vile looking for a gank in the mid lane, but Shurima actually just going to get deleted as he underestimates the burst damage of the Orianna face first into the full combo. That is unfortunate, as Ghost doesn't quite get SVV away from Vile, but he's going to do just fine. Not a lot of base damage on that either, not just yet at least. And that's a great start for the Orianna.
SVV making it 5. Wow!
Oh, Smurf flashing forward. That's another kill for. And this bottom lane is going to be so swingy because they are so similar in the way they want to play this. Manbear Horsepig, he may have got a bit too far to turn. There's the fourth shot. Nixie claims the kill back. Too much aggression from the Lulu.
Manbear Horsepig probably. Oh wow! Oh!
Nixie, you can't take that fight. No.
Poor Nixie.
Oh, he did so well getting the kill back.
Must have been a technical issue.
Walked right into the face. Yeah, hopefully it wasn't. That would be rather unfortunate, but it could very well have been. We're going to get word back from the players in just a few moments here. Sorry, folks.
Either way, though, that's going to put Smurf at a very strong lead, 3-0. Even with Manbear Horsepig's little mistake there with taking one too many turret shots.
Yeah, Manbear Horsepig certainly overestimating his to charge forward for that kill. Is going to be in a bit of a rough spot after that, but that's honestly it's just fine. There's such a lead now for Smurf that one kill going back is not going to be enough to salvage Nixie from this lane.
Absolutely.
Not until at least we see the level 6s. That's going to be the point at which Nixie and Lucifer have a way back into the matchup. If they don't manage to capitalize on their ults once they get them, then I don't know if there's a real path back into the matchup.
Oh, W03 stealing away the red buff and getting away using the blast cone.
WO3 tossed over the wall by that blast cone, yep. A bit close on the steal. Manbear Horsepig was nearly there to chase him away. And there's one of the benefits of Ivern as the buff gets shared over to Shurima. And the laning continues. A pretty significant advantage forming for the side of Rose Noir in the bottom lane, but outside of that, not too much having gone one way or the other so far. That kill to SVV is actually probably a lot bigger as well than it seems, as Shurima was holding down that lane pretty well, and at this point has actually lost the lead.
Absolutely. We're seeing, every time the camera goes there, we can see the trades usually going in favor of SVV, but not this time.
Oh, yeah, the shockwave not landing as Shurima was doing the Shurima shuffle. Off of it, but as still claims the kill back, flashing away from that second shifting sands. He outplays the matchup once again. Very nicely done by SVV.
I thought SVV was going to lose that after the shockwave was dodged, but
yeah,
SVV.
That was a great start to the fight from Shurima, but he didn't respect the fact that SVV still had his flash available and kept going after the chase. Which honestly, I can't even blame him. Like, it was such a low health target, so far out of position at that point, it seemed, but SCV was able to turn it back around.
SCV played that so very calmly that it's just impressive. And we got a bit of fight here.
Potentially. There's the flash forward from Manbear, but it's going to be matched by a flash from Zyra. Support his trade summoners.
Oh, Gnar doing some harassment too. Holy once again.
Chases him back in the lane, but Holy still holding 3-4 CS up. Like this is ideal for Maokai. You don't need to win the lane. You don't need to kill your opponent. You just need to not let them kill you ever.
And you just need a steady stream of gold to get the items you need to be tanky. Shurima just taking so much damage there.
Oh yeah. SVV has finished off the Morello. Like he's got that first spike, and I don't think Shurima is really not respecting take or attack. It's a killing spree for SVV. And really, he's the shining light now for T7. He's got that 3-0 lead to match up against Smurfs.
And that's certainly a character that's very powerful once they have a gold lead.
And Holy going for the 1v1 with Gnar. Potentially a 2v1 now as Vile comes to the top side. Root Collar not landing, but Vile continuing the chase, dropping the bush for some ranged auto attacks, but not going to be going under the turret. Ooh! Tendril of Corruption not landing. Nixay going to back away as WO3 could be in some real trouble, actually. That fourth auto is going to hurt. Nixay going to be taking the paint. WO3 burrowing away. And, Tendrils of Corruption is the most missed ultimate in professional play.
I did not know that.
Yeah. The Varus ulti. For some reason, there's just something about it that makes it hard to land. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, man! One more Lulu auto! There it is! Man Bear Horse Big claims kill. Even if
that was very well played. Manbear Horsepick was up there to just get damage down, forcing in the ultimate from Smurf was forcing Lucifer to zigzag instead of just running straight away.
Actually, going back to my irrelevant point a minute or two ago, because I'm a good caster, maybe Varus ult is no longer the most missed because the stat is a little bit old. It may be Jhin ult at this point, depending on if you count each shot as a hit or a miss. Because he does have 4 times the shots, but Shurima going for the 1v1 here with SVV.
SVV is just forcing
going for the 1v1 and finding it something fierce. 4-0 now. This Orianna is running away with the game.
They need to find a way to get SVV in check. This could be very dangerous. Speaking of dangerous.
Yeah, and Holy actually getting chased away in the top lane. That's good for Gnar. Still the trade relatively even, though. And this may be the way that they bring SVV back. With a Zyra there to help out, SVV might just be able to kite this one out. Playing very dangerously around the edges of this fight. Command Protect gonna give him a little bit more of a shield there. The exhaust on the Manbear Horse Pig. There's the snipe, though! Deadly Flourish from the river. Smurf claims the kill. And Lucifer, without any carries to help him out, is going to go down. 2v1 into Holy, and Gnar goes down to the minions! No!
That's got to feel bad.
That's not ideal. It's by no means ideal.
Like, I got away! And then it means like, no. And here comes a dragon.
Those darn caster minions.
Caster minions OP.
Hiding the dragon in the bushes there, and a pretty common strategy from an Ivern. The Ocean Drake will go down. Rose Noir not playing around. They're going to strike back pretty
so
well.
they're going to take every advantage they can get, especially with how dangerous SVV is. And Shurima needs all the help he's can get here. But
yeah, but the rough thing is for T7 that it is just SVV who's got this lead. Like, if you look across the board, there's almost nothing else going for them. They're losing the CS in every other lane, just drastically so in the bottom lane. And there's just more gold sort of spread out across the rest of the map. There's that 1 kill for Holy as well as the CS lead. There's a kill and an assist on the jungle, though to be fair, Vile is down a bit in farm. And then, of course, there's the powerhouse that is Smurf at this point. SVV tossed back under the turret. WO3 there as well. Just to tank a few shots. Shurima flashing out of the shockwave. Is going to force the flash from the Orianna, but they might yet have themselves some easy prey. Now Rek'Sai tunnels away. And the fight fizzles.
And it did also, they managed to force SVV's flash at the cost of Shurima's flash and Ghost as well. They're so very, very close to getting first brick for Team 7.
Yeah, that as well would actually be a really big deal, I think, for 7, because they've got so much concentrated gold in one place. Getting that extra global gold, even though the first brick gold only goes over to whoever's there, getting the extra global gold just of a turret in general would do a lot to patch up their weaknesses at the moment, which is pretty much everywhere but mid. But particularly this bottom lane.
Yeah, Nixay and Lucifer definitely not having a very easy time. Smurf and Manbear Horsepick are just doing a very good job keeping the pressure up and avoiding ganks.
Yeah, as well as that, they've just got so very much vision control. If you look down there, they've had the lane pushed up pretty much the whole time, and they're pushing up their lane the correct way. They're not just pushing it up blindly and leaving themselves open to be ganked easily. They've got 3 vision wards in the river behind them, and that allows them to make these sort of highly aggressive plays. I mean, they know that there's no one around to contest them on what is essentially the easiest dive of their lives.
Well, Shurima having a bit of advantage in the mid lane now, having SVV nice and low, and SVV has no more pots.
Yeah, that's actually a situation that I would like to see how that got to that point. Actually, the last minute or so of the mid lane, maybe I'll go back through at some point. But Shurima may yet find a way back into this game. If there's one thing that Azir still does, he well into the late game. So if there's any lane that they would have wanted to lose, if they would have wanted any, but it would have been Shurima. As SVV goes down, Shurima claiming the solo kill back there, buying enough time for Holy to show up, and Vile as well. WO3 for the easy gank on the mid lane that he thought was too far ahead to be contested, finds himself in a 3v1.
A bit of a redemption from Ivern, also keeping Shurima alive during that little gank there. And RZB also managed to securing first brick and looks like second brick very shortly.
Oh no, Gnar.
Gnar in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and he dealt a little bit of damage to Holy. I think maybe even just the passive damage off the melee W while he was under the turret. Got him the turret aggro and cost him his life. A shove down the mid lane now for Rose Noir as they snowball this game pretty hard.
This is getting really out of control. There's the Lucifer ultimate. Lucifer ultimate. Zyra ultimate from Lucifer. And we are seeing RGB starting to back up after taking that tier 2 mid turret. Things are looking very grim.
Yeah. Rose Noir definitely on the inside track to a victory. There are still ways back into the match for T7. They've still got strength in SVV, who's still got something to lead in his lane, but we're going beyond the point of lanes right now. Enough turrets have been broken, enough lives have been taken that really solo lanes don't matter that much anymore. They've got to find themselves a clutch team fight, and it's to their benefit that Orianna is the one who's scaled up at this point, because Orianna, of course, is known for her ability to find those clutch teams.
Absolutely. One little positioning mistake from RCB, and they can end up in an easy 5-man ace.
There's the Veil of the Night on Smurf, making this even harder for Gnar to turn back around as he's just hunted down in the top lane.
Yeah. Smurf and Manbear Horsepig making a nice rotation to that top side to take out the last outer tier turret.
It does leave Nixay alone to farm up a little bit. It's a very small consolation. But I suppose Nixay needs as much time as he can to catch back up in this, but really with the kill going over to Smurf as well as another turret fall, it's going to not nearly be enough.
Well, Ivern looking to possibly interrupt this blue buff a little bit, but gets taken by W03. But they do keep it away from SVV, the one shining light for Team 7 at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like Rose Noir has actually played rather well around SVV getting ahead. It was unfortunate for Shurima to fall behind in the lane. A few overconfident fights, attempts at 1v1s that SVV just won harder and harder as the lane fell in his favor. But then after that, Shurima played more cautiously as we got past, say, the 12-15 minute mark, and the rest of the team rallied around him. We saw multiple 3- or 4-man ganks in the mid lane, so a good way to sort of patch it over that hole.
Absolutely. How are things to play out? We do have another Drake up. It is a Wind Drake this time, though, so not quite as exciting as a, say, Infernal Drake, but nonetheless, RGB are going to take it, furthering their lead even more.
And at this point, it really is Rosenor's game to lose. They've got pretty much every advantage they could have hoped for by now, and they've really only got to now find the path that leads to victory, which they've got quite a few different options, I'd
Absolutely.
say.
Baron is going to be up, but I don't think we'll see any too crazy plays from RGB here regarding Baron. They usually play it nice and safe.
I'd be excited.
I'd like to see it, but they probably don't want to.
But I don't think the
They
teams
don't want to risk that.
I don't think the teams play off of what strategy the play-by-play guy would like to see the most. Oh man, Zyra's almost gone. Instant shockwave onto 2.5, sort of, as Daisy gets pulled back, but WO3 falls almost immediately. Lucifer, unable to take part in the fight, is not going to be taking part in very much longer. It's a double kill over to the Azdir, and this is a way back into the game for Shurima for sure. A triple kill, maybe even the Quadra Spears secure it. It is a Quadra kill, making up for that laning phase. Shurima finds himself 4. And maybe even the ace for Holy.
Oh.
And no, it's the
Team
spread.
7 opting for the FF. A valiant effort, but unfortunately, despite the advantage in mid lane, RGB just took too much of a huge advantage, especially in bottom lane.
All right, well, depending on the status of our other semifinal, we're either going to be coming back real soon with some more semifinal action, or in a little bit once we get into the finals. Give us just a few minutes, folks. We're going to determine that and be right back with you.
And we're in. We didn't get to catch the champion select naturally, unfortunately, but we are jumping right into the next semi-final match between Ali39 and Absolute Zero.
Indeed, and Absolute Zero, I believe, are a returning team to our particular Rift. If I recall the name, they've actually at least made it to semifinals before. I don't know if they've ever actually taken home victory in an open. Finals are usually pretty darn competitive, especially these last few weeks. But they have made it to the end, if memory serves, and well, they've made it there again this time.
Absolutely. Ali39, a bit of a new team. I don't recognize any of these players, but they made it this far, so surely we can see a nice showing. We'll have to see what they can do.
And it looks like the overlay's still up there. In fact, you might want to bring
Whoops.
that down. Unless everybody wants to watch through the lens of the loading screen overlay, that's fine.
No.
To each their own.
We don't want that. I forgot to switch after I fixed the team tags, but that's my bad.
Let's look at some of these matchups, though. We didn't get any time to talk about them in Champ Select because we didn't get to see the Champ Select as it was going on while the end of the last semifinals was happening. But we can go over the picks nonetheless. I love the Bard pick. I remember Frostbud. I remember this man Bard. It's fuzzy, but I remember associating Frostbud with Bard and good things. So I'm excited for that, at least a very, very little bit. But also, Darius is a pick you don't get to see too often. But you know, I may have to get back to my point because Unseen Fate has the 1v1 level 1 duel pulling Flash from Chazzy in the middle.
Chazzy kind of maybe overestimating himself a little bit there. Took a ton of damage. Eric and...
Yeah, you really don't want to 1v1 Cassiopeia at level 1. Cassiopeia, I'm struggling right now to think of a champion with a better level 1 duel. Maybe somebody like Nidalee or Jace who has that second set of abilities at level 1. But that's about it. Cassiopeia can just put out so very much damage with the low cooldown Twin Fangs. It doesn't work out in your favor to go for that 1v1 there. And Chazzy got forced back early on and hasn't played the price too much yet. Still holding even in CS. But paid the price, I suppose, in the form of that Summoner and every single charge of his Corrupting
Every
Potion.
single charge of his Corrupting Potions being used up is not insignificant, because that's actually a decent chunk of damage while you're dueling.
Yeah, that as well as the sustain being gone. That's a really pretty big deal. Unseen Fate did burn through most of his mana bar in the process. Say that's rather worth it for
Absolutely.
sure.
Oh!
There's a hook onto Eric the Eighth though. No Flay to follow it up. Oh, there's the Flay as Eric the Eighth will back into the fight for a little bit. Austin Jones will be flourished in a deadly fashion, but it's not going to be too much. And that's a good trade for the side of A39.
Sniper taking a little bit of time with that last flight, but I guess he was just making sure it was going to hit.
Yeah, and taking as much time between the cooldown as possible has its own merits, as you do maybe land an extra auto attack between the hook and the flay. It's a little bit riskier because you don't land the guaranteed flay every time, but you do get slightly higher damage output. It's that sort of tiny micro that can matter.
This looks like top lane is going in favor of Jenga, baby. Shanky playing it nice and safe. Does not want to give the Darius any kind of major leads.
And it's going in favor in the worst possible way, where Shanky has actually shoved it up, and so he's in a dangerous position. He's overextended, albeit with some vision in the river, but he's overextended and vulnerable to a jungle gank, yet also behind in CS. Usually, you trade one off for the other. If you're pushing the lane up, that means you're usually ahead in CS, you're farming a little better because you're forcing the opponent under the turret. But you trade that off for being a bit more vulnerable. Speaking of, there's the hook from Sniper onto Frostbud again. Again, a little bit delayed in the flay, looking for that extra auto in there. And nothing too much terrible to come out of it that time, but got an aggressive thresh in the bottom lane. I like to see it.
It looks like, judging from that play, Austin Jones and hello.
Anchor looking for the 1v1, as Kazakhs often will do in the jungle here. Ayalaya? That is such a strange series of letters to say one after another, but Chazzy has thrown from the mid lane, and one more auto is all he needs. First blood going to the Corki. As Ayalala looks for a slam there. Unseen Fate actually going to be pulled backwards, but he claims the kill nonetheless. Bleeding now as he slithers away. Jenga Baby just going to leave him, assuming, I suppose, the passive is going to kill him. He's chasing after Shenki, or maybe just assuming that his jungler has it. Ayalaya claims the kill. God, there are way too many vowels all in a row. It's so hard.
We need to find a nickname for him.
I don't know. I'll master it.
Ayalaya.
It is a challenge that I will come up against. Ayalaya. Ayalaya. There you go. Ayalaya. That's a good way to say it.
It's going to have to work for now. And if he or she wanted a specific way to pronounce it, it made it a little easier.
I'm a fan of the Poppy jungle, though. Names aside, like that is a wonderful thing, in my opinion. Sniper 430 going to be snared up by that deadly flourish as Frostbud lands a few more auto attacks, Meep enhanced and otherwise. And that's Exhaust pulled from Sniper, so a Summoner positive trade for the side of AZ's bottom lane.
Well, they needed a little bit of help. We did see a lot of pressure coming out from Sniper, but they evened it out pretty well there. And poor Shenki.
Yeah. Admittedly, the lane is no longer pushed up, so he's no longer in as dangerous a position. Oh my god, though. Chazzy, again, taking such a beating here, and this time, no flash to get away. Still off cooldown for just another 15 seconds or so.
Very good on Anchor to be able to take advantage of that. Getting his revenge for being picked up by Chazzy during that little jungle invade.
Mm. And out of all of this blood that we've had between the mid laners and junglers, it's been Unseen Fate who's come out most definitively on top, because he's got those 2 kills now and has a tier stacking really quickly already.
Jenga is just putting so much pressure on Shenki. It's going to get worse before it gets better, currently.
And this really isn't the lane that you want to fall behind here. I've mentioned a few times whenever we see a Maokai pick, I use it up, that Maokai is something of a poverty laner. He can do okay with a gold deficit. I suppose that's true here, but it's more the fact that Jenga Baby is going to become too much to handle, too hot to handle, we'll say, because Darius is perfectly happy to take that lead and just keep snowballing it. He's got the ulti now. He's flashing forward, and that's another kill going to the Darius.
Absolutely. We'll likely be seeing a fairly quick Black Cleaver out of him, given that he's pace of farm and kills, which is just going to be very, very dangerous.
There is strength still, though, on the bottom side of the map for AZ, as they clump a little bit around the dragon here, looking for some vision control. And perhaps they'll be able to find something along those lines. It's really a trade-off between these solo lanes now, as A39 have the power in the top, but there's a hook onto Eric the 8th, followed up by such a train of crowd control. Both summoners are still available for the Jhin. He just never had a moment to use either of them.
He probably could have used heal there, but wisely he decides he would probably still die.
Yeah. So I suppose it's really that he just never had a chance to was just CC'd one into another for a good, 3-4 seconds straight there? Long enough for his health bar to go away, at the very least, and that's what matters.
Absolutely. Not much opportunity for Frostbud to save him, unfortunately, either.
Gives you flashbacks to the days when Fiddlesticks could do a 3.5-second fear all by himself. Oh my god. I'm so very glad that's not part of the game anymore. Oh, the attempted Bard ulti does pull a flash, at the very least, off of Sniper. Who really should be the one playing the Varus here if we just...
His name is deceiving.
I mean, he's still sniping people with the hooks, though. He's had a lot of success with it. And he was the one to start off that CC train
Absolutely. Jenga may be actually opting to pick up the Merge Shreds as his second item rather than continue towards that Black Cleaver.
Oh man, they're just bullying Chazzy. He's done a great job, actually, of surviving the mid lane. But again, it's a carry that's getting fed here, though. In the same way that Jenga Baby is a carry getting fed in the top lane, so it doesn't really matter that Maokai's going to be effective even with a gold deficit. It's Unseen Fate on Cassiopeia getting fed here, and who knows, maybe that's going to be enough to counter out Jenga Baby. I'd honestly say that Cassiopeia is strong into the Darius. Your miasma is great for kiting him back, and you do really good sustained damage. But if you ever get caught, you're stomped very quickly.
Turn into snake boots very, 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 very quickly. Sniper looking for a possible hook here? Yeah, just putting pressure on.
Yeah, the threat of a hook almost as good as a hook in some cases. And it pushes Eric the Eighth back a little further as a CS lead starts to develop pretty healthily for Austin Jones.
Oh, possible gank in the top side. Speaking of ganks,
Oh, there's the package. Yeah, speaking of, the exhaust on the Chaz. And the hook on the Frostbud, that's going to claim. Sure. Eric the Eighth, though, turning back around with the curtain call, and we'll see whether or not it's the final act for Sniper as the fourth bullet lands on the Chazzy instead. Sniper escaping with just over 100 hit points, but Unseen Fate is not willing to let him get away that easy. Means that the kill, in fact, goes over to the Cassiopeia. Austin Jones will fall as well, and Unseen Fate continues to snowball. But really, he's the only snowball rolling down the hill at this point for AZ.
Absolutely, we did see a very nicely well played out gank. Sniper with the nice hook, but between the
Elia in the bottom lane. There's the knock up onto Eric the Eighth. Chazzy coming in, and Jenga baby with the teleport will clean up a kill.
Well, at first, A39 took advantage, and then it got turned around by AZ, and then it got turned around again.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the nature of a bottom lane fight nowadays. There's so many teleports, so many roaming mid lanes, just so much global control that it's very, very hard to have a clean 2v2, no interference fight. And that was probably one of the dirtiest, most interference-laden fights I've seen in a while.
Absolutely. Speaking of dirty, though, Jenga Baby having all the pieces for Black Cleaver now, so it won't be long. Shanky gonna have to do his best to not feed the dragon anymore.
And what a dangerous dragon he's become. What do you get when a dragon is angry? Effect.
Oh, I used to know that answer, but I don't know. Sniper dead!
Sniper should have taken the advice. The answer is out of the way. Which Sniper was not able to get from that gank in the mid lane. Frostbud nearly going down to a piercing arrow, though. That was pretty dangerous.
Absolutely. Seeing that Austin Jones is actually doing a very fine job in the bottom lane, he has that CS lead. We're really actually seeing a bit of the opposite from the last game.
I think it's really good, though. A bit off topic here from your point, but on topic with what's just happened. I think it's really, really good that kill. I just like to make note of that because so far every single other kill has gone over. Yes, it's good for the Cassiopeia to get gold. She is one of your late game carries. I feel like the rest of the team needs a helping hand, and even just that one kill on the anchor might be enough to start him down the path of success. I really don't think that either side has an insurmountable lead at this point, except maybe up here in the top lane, where Shanky has just fallen so desperately behind.
Oh, Chazzy getting chased down.
Yeah, Unseen Fate is the powerhouse here, and Chazzy has to respect that, especially with the blue buff.
So he probably needs to use that that jump a little more frequently. Lost more than half his health there.
Yeah, just didn't want to back away from the fight until he knew that it wasn't one he could win. Shanky, speaking of fights you can't win.
It's a gold and a level difference.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at that. Jenga has almost triple the CS here of Shanky's Maokai, and is simply walking up and under the turrets, but he may be paying for that as Anchor doesn't stand for his top laner being bullied any longer. Shutdown going over to the Kazakhs. I said earlier that even just that one kill could be enough. One kill plus a shutdown could be more than enough to bring Kazakhs back into this game.
Absolutely. Jenga's still going to be very dangerous in the 1v1 versus Shanky, but Anchor taking very strong advantage from that over that aggression.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they need. Anchor needs to start snowballing this early game and just get some of his other lanes ahead. I feel like Shanky is kind of a lost cause at this point. He's so terribly far behind. They just have to kind of leave him out to dry and hope he does okay from now on. But if we can see some love from Anchor down in the bottom lane or potentially in the mid, though I don't think Chazzy needs to be shut down any further, there are certainly pathways back into this game. There's a stun into Elia. That's a good start as they chase them off the dragon.
Dragon is going to reset a little bit, not fully.
Oh, good flash off of Austin Jones. A hook onto Frostbud with a little bit too
Still,
dangerous.
though, Austin Jones with the very nice piercing arrows has dropped Eric the 8th down very low.
Those are going to hurt, if anything, even more over the next few moments, because we haven't even seen an item from Austin Jones. And it's just a level lead plus the power of the Serrated Dirk and Caulfields. Pretty soon, that's going to be the power of a Yumu's coming through once Austin Jones manages to finish that off.
We're seeing a bit of a slowdown now. Trying to jockey for vision control and control of the Dragon Pit.
While the camera is focused there in the mid lane for a moment as we've got this Dragon started off here, I would like to mention one of the repercussions of Unseen Fate getting so far ahead. There's a hook attempt by Sniper. Sniper actually just playing interference here for his team, trying to keep Anchor away from the Dragon. Smite secured there from Ilala as Frostbud gets holed up against the turret. Against the wall, pardon me. Shinky going to be pulled back, and he is just mincemeat waiting to happen here. This is not a tanky Maokai by any means, but he does have Flash, so he makes it out of a pretty much lost fight. And Dragon and a kill goes over to A3.
A3 taking the Dragon and the kill puts them even further ahead. The kill lead is enormous, but we do see a 4K gold lead, which is not insignificant at 16 minutes.
On top of that, both Dragons have been taken already. And 2 Dragons at 16 minutes is really, really solid. That's about as quickly as you can take them.
And the Infernal Drink is very good, especially if you have somebody such as a Darius on your team.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's going to be great for just about everybody. The only sore spot they've still got to worry about is on... And to some degree now, actually, Anchor as well. Those 2 kills that he got, and a little bit of early damage for himself. I'm just worried that Anchor won't be able to find any further use for that power. Just shutting down Chazzy further won't really help too much. It's going to be really rough to gank anywhere else because it's behind.
Oh, I'm so very curious what is going to happen here. We've seen a bit of a lane rotation. Jenga now going to the bot side.
Which I feel like is very much the right call. A3 need to accelerate this game. They've got the lead now. If they can keep it rolling and prevent Unseen Fate ever getting to late game status, that's ideal for them. Especially because they've got some pretty hard spiking champions in the mid game. Corky's just completed his Trinity Force. There's a Yumu's now for Varus. So this is when they have to take action, and they're taking it. It's a push on the bottom lane to get an outer turret.
Absolutely. Seeing a bit of a possible blue steal, which would be very, very good. Unseen Fate not getting that blue buff will be nice, but maybe not going to happen.
I think this is just smart mid-game play here from A3, but they are playing perhaps a little bit too far up. Some damage that might not have been necessary onto the Poppy there. But they can afford to overstep their bounds just slightly. They are decently far ahead. I think that got taken away by Anchor, actually. Okay. Not a huge deal.
No, notably, they did force Anchor to smite the blue buff to steal it, so Unseen Fate is not going to get that mana regeneration or the CDR.
True. That's actually maybe a bigger deal than it even seems, because Unseen Fate is so much of the power that's being reserved by AC. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, we got Chazzy and Austin Jones easily taking down a turret, while the rest of the enemy team is distracted.
While that's happening, Shenki taking the first turret of the game for AZ. It's going to give them some much-needed
And for the
gold.
first time... Oh, that's a stun against the wall on Anchor, and the train is there once again. Sniper even there with the final
They're so
hook.
good with that chain
The
CC.
nail in the coffin. They are. They're very good at capitalizing on the picks when they get them. That seems to be the skill that A3 is bringing to the Rift this time around. Sniper, though, sometimes overextending. He's going to find himself caught out by Unseen Fate, and the exhaust is not nearly enough to get him out of there safely.
Oh,
Meanwhile, though, Jenga Baby with a double apprehend forces the flash immediately from Bard, and Eric desperately trying to escape with the Yumu's. Jenga going to keep the chase going and force another flash here and happily walk back out with bullets flying around him. We'll see whether or not he can pull off a Matrix. There's the stun, but the ulti wasn't actually interrupted.
oh wow. That I didn't expect.
That was really interesting, the way those animations played off one another, but Unseen Fate did get tossed backwards. May still get the kill, but no, the minions will kill him before he can turn it back around. Oh no. Anchor, though, goes dangerously low, bites off more than he can chew, slammed against the wall. Jenga Baby will finish that one off. A quick lop to the back of the head. Shanky, though, coming back in, will finish off Elijah. I'm still having trouble with that one. One way or another, though. Jenga Baby maybe going a bit too far into the turret, but he's okay. There's no Jin ult burned earlier.
There comes Redemption to give them a bit of a heal. But still, though, that is still a lead for A3 easily. We did see Unseen Fate so very close to kind of turning around there, but minions to save the day once again.
Pardon me, sorry. And, yeah, this is looking more and more rough for AZ. They've not really been able to rally around their damage. Unseen Fate put out some great damage in that fight, managed to get into the solo kill on Sniper before that whole skirmish started, almost chased down the Poppy, and just kind of got kited to death. And really, when almost all of your gold resides in one member, that's the real danger that you face. The enemy team can just deal with that one champion rather than having to deal with your team as a whole.
Well, Anchor going for the kill there, but maybe overestimating himself.
Yeah, Jenga Baby is not very easy prey. Even in the 3v1, he turns it back around. He may yet find two, but the rest of the team is here. Let's see how he handles the extended 5v1. No, his team is showing up. There's a hook onto Unseen Fate, and you can only fight the Darius for so long before backup arrives, but they do manage to turn it back around themselves. Shanky magically journeying at the last second, but he finds Chazzy willing to turn it back around and claim the kill. Eric the Eighth going to be trying to hunt down the flying bombardier. He's behind a trail of fire that he doesn't want to walk through. Oh, Deathfire Touch is burning. Elila is chasing Unseen Fate. I don't know if he has this 1v1. He breaks off. Unseen Fate can turn back around with some great damage. Elia breaking vision into the bush, seems to realize that. He's just waiting for his cooldowns here before he dives back in, I'm assuming. And he's going to actually change targets into Eric the Eighth. I don't know if I agree with that. He's going to get kited out here. He did manage to pick up his shield, though, and Chazzy is there in time to claim the kill. Austin Jones looking for the piercing arrow, flashes forward, claims the kill into Anchor, and in the 1v2 may even get himself a double tempered fate, but the piercing arrow was already shot. Chazzy just needs one more rocket. Elia just needs one more passive hit.
Oh, man.
And this is still Alley 39 coming out so far ahead.
That was a very interestingly long fight.
Yeah, it was a tense series of skirmishes, that's for damn sure. But in the end, Alley 39 are still in the driver's seat.
It actually started with Anchor diving onto Jenga and then respawning and then dying to Austin Jones. Oh, man. That's just crazy. And I just realized I said a sentence without putting in my key, so you didn't hear it. Oh.
Oh, no.
It started with, well, they're starting, speaking of things, Dragon, a third one of the game, going over to Ollie 39.
Going over to Sniper, specifically, all in that thresh right there. Dragon couldn't have been done without it. Slayer 470 showed up for the hook finish. And, you know, this is a closer game than perhaps it needs to be. Alley 39 definitely have edges. A lot of these fights have been really, really tense and close when they really don't have to be.
Absolutely.
Some poor decisions, potentially poor decisions, being made up for by a gold lead. And you can't rely on having a gold lead. So even when you do have one, you want to play as cleanly as possible.
Absolutely. What? They do have a very sizable advantage with that bottom inhibitor being open. They take that and they... Oh, hello!
Yes. Anchor potentially getting caught out here. He does use his invisibility off of the camouflage to stealth out. As well as that having some teammates waiting in the wings.
Speaking of wings, that is what he's decided to evolve.
Makes. I mean, it's pretty much standard. You go the Q and then the E for evolved choices. A lot of Kazakhs will go for the W nowadays, as well as the stealth just simply isn't worth evolving, really. Baron, though, and in complete darkness as well. There was a pink ward right in the back of the pit. Anchor going to get hooked. Sniper follow.
There's the redemption.
Follow up on the hook. There's the lantern as well. Sniper nearly goes down, but the lantern in jungler is enough to keep him alive, as well as the redemption there. This is something we haven't really mentioned. Sniper is playing a very, very aggressive and squishy Thresh build. He's got Redemption and Talisman of Ascension, or not quite Talisman, actually, just the pieces of it so far. No health, really, throughout his itemization. Just one Ruby Crystal lurking in there.
That's definitely on the squishy side.
Yeah. But he's been playing solidly around these fights. We've seen him go down a good few times. 4 times, actually, if you look at KDA. But, we may have to get back to that point in just a moment here as Eric the Eighth gets bursted almost instantly. We'll make a pretty golden statue for a few moments. And actually, with the heal, he makes it out alive. The flash as well, though, Bird.
Ollie, with that Baron buff and 4 members up, are easily going to take this mid turret, even with Unseen Fate just around the corner.
Yeah, mid inhibitor turret goes down to start the festivities off. Elia as well. God, that name just... It tilts me. It tilts me, my friend. Unseen Fate, though, might be a little bit tilted himself as Chazzy is legendary. After a laning phase where he went 1 and 2, he is now 9 and 2 without a death interrupting him between those 8 kills. And that's quite a turnaround. And I don't think there's any space left for a turnaround for the side of AZ.
It would take a literal miracle. Shanky doing his best.
Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero going to be pushed out of the tournament, and they were the ones really who were the returning favorites out of this matchup. So we're going to be seeing Ali 39 going on to the finals. They're going to be facing off against Rose. It's just a matter... Okay, there we go. I was about to say it's just a matter of confirming that last hit on the Nexus.
They were taking their time.
They are going to be going on to the finals to face off against Rose Noir Esports. So that's going to be a match to get excited about. I'm
Absolutely.
Excited. Both of these teams have been so clean in their semifinal matches.
So on that note, we're going to take a tiny break while we get into the next lobby, and as soon as we're in Champion Select, we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere, folks. Sorry about that, little bit of a technical error, but we're back into the Champion Select for the finals. Ollie 39 facing off against Rose Noir, both teams having strong semifinal matches.
And we'll see exactly who comes out on top here as we get into the first best of 3 tonight. Some pretty standard bans across the board, aside from that Darius, but I imagine that's targeted towards Jenga Baby's performance last game. Would only really make sense. And we'll see what the first picks are once we get through this last ban here, I suppose.
Absolutely. Not so sure about the Rengar ban, but it could be targeted at Vile. We haven't seen Vile in a while, but he has shown in the past he's quite versatile, though he tends to favor that Zac last time we saw him.
Yes, indeed. Zyra is an interesting one. I don't think we saw Sniper on Thresh last time around, and he did just fine. Not exactly the same sort of style of champion, but, maybe these players know more about each other than I do about them. Sniper, as well as the rest of the roster for A39, they are new to Reverie at the very least, so I can't say I'm too terribly familiar with these players or this team, and it's always great to see new faces at the finals.
Absolutely. It gives us a nice perspective on the people of the League of Legends, because there are quite a few of them.
Yeah, more than one or two,
Yes.
I'd say, at this point. At a conservative estimate.
No, it's only 10 people. They all play with different accounts, multiple computers.
Oh, man. The truth comes out. Maokai for Jenga Baby is at least from the form of last game, as Maokai is not exactly very similar to Darius, but we'll see exactly how he handles that. As Malzahar locked in, presumably for Manbear Horsepig, but potentially for Shurima. Malzahar is a great pick early on because it can flex to both mid and support nowadays.
That is true. Especially last week, we saw a large number of Malzahar supports. It was basically Malzahar and Zyra support. That was it. All weekend.
Well, we're going to be guaranteed at least to see something different between those two here, because even though Malzahar has been big, Zyra is out of the question. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, to see Sniper go back to the Thresh. He had a lot of success on it, and facing off against the Jhin, it's going to be really rather nice to have that sort of hard engage, so
Absolutely.
wouldn't surprise me at all.
Between him, Elia, and Austin Jones, they were able to get some very successful ganks, especially using those lantern plays.
I would be just a small little part of me would be sad if we saw Elia go to Lee Sin here, because I would love to see the Poppy jungle again. I'm a huge fan of Poppy myself, so I'm rather biased in that direction. But Lee Sin can be equally flashy and is a little bit more reliable in the jungle, that's for sure. Varus not too terribly surprising. Austin Jones had a great performance on his Varus last time around in that semifinal match we finished up.
Absolutely.
And, I do want to see Shurima go off of the Azir. He had a quadra kill at the end of last game, which is all very well and good, but for 90% of that match, the Azir was underwhelming. It was just that 5% or whatever where he was shining beautifully with the quadra kill. So not really enough to justify the pick again, in my opinion. But we'll see whether or not he goes back to it. His name is Shurima, after all.
Some of the viewers are saying you have a very slight echo. I don't hear it so much, but maybe it's just not something I pick up easily. But
Apologies for that. I do have a new microphone. I paid some good money for it, so hopefully it's not worse than my old one. But I'll work on getting that resolved after the pick ban here once we get into the break for you folks. Sorry about that.
some very fast lock-ins once they were picked. The Shen and the Ivern. Ivern, not unusual. We've seen Vile play it before quite a bit. Shen, I don't think we've seen play Shen before, but it has been a while since he's made a return to Reverie. Or at least a few weeks, couple weeks, 3 weeks. I'd have to go back and look at our previous tournaments. They kind of run together after a bit.
I don't like the Misfortune. I really don't want to see Sniper go to the Misfortune pick. It's okay into Malzahar because you have the safety of Make It Rain to pump his spell shield really well. But other than that, it's actually not very good into Malzahar. A lot of people Malzahar specifically for that reason. You can pop his spell shield really well, and you can do a lot of good early damage, and he's a squishy mage, so theoretically it works out pretty well because of that. The problem, though, lies past level 6, particularly into a lane with a Jhin as well. Nether Grasp plus Curtain Call is going to make it so very difficult for Sniper not to be evaporated, but he's going to lock in the Misfortune support nonetheless, and Cassiopeia to the mid lane for chat.
We do need a mid laner. I guess technically, if Shurima is playing the Malzahar instead, could be a support. We just have to wait and see what they lock in here.
I think if Maokai, pardon me, not Maokai, Malphite gets locked in, then it would be the Malzahar mid. Syndra makes a good amount more sense here. It's a pretty good pick into the Cassiopeia. You actually outrange her and instant burst because she's pretty much going to win any 1v1 that goes on 10 or 15 seconds because Twin Fangs is just such a good source of consistent damage. But Syndra fights don't generally last that long.
You get hit with one ball, and then you get hit with 6 more balls, and then you fall over.
Yeah, like a bad night at college. Or a poorly played match of dodgeball, if you want.
It's dodgeball. You're the last person up on your team. They have 6 people with 6 balls, and you get hit with all of them.
Oh, yeah. We've got both teams locked in here, however. I have some reservations about some of the picks. The Misfortune support has never really sung clearly to me, but we'll see whether or not Sniper can make work happen with it. He had a brilliant performance on Thresh last time around. I just feel this matchup may not be ideal for him. Meanwhile, though, we've got quite a... it's a slightly unconventional but well put together comp, I think. They have a lot of protective ability to keep these carries alive, and then they've got just 2 very, very high damage carries in the form of Syndra Jhin. So it's a dual carry, multiple support comp. It's pretty classic in concept, even if some of these champions are relatively new to that.
I'll have to see if Austin Jones and Sniper can pull off what they're going for with the Chains of Corruption bullet time combo.
Yeah, there's potential there. I'm not going to deny that Misfortune can't be good. It's just so knife's edgy. That's not really an adjective, but it's so very dangerous because if you don't succeed, Misfortune has almost no utility and so no way to really come back into the matchup. But we've got 2.5 minutes left of the Spectre delay. Count us out here.
We'll be taking a very brief commercial break, and as soon as we're back, we'll be back. We'll be back, guys. So don't go anywhere. And we're back. Just give me a moment to fix our scoreboard and we'll get started.
Interesting choice that Riot made to have the score hidden by default, but one that I'm not allowed to make. I don't agree with it, but it's really not my wheelhouse as I work for Reverie.
Yeah.
Not Riot Games. Not yet. I'm trying. We'll be there. We'll be there eventually.
Progress. And we will just continue to make our weekly complaints about the scoreboard. But for meantime, we have a game of League of Legends to cast.
Literally weekly at this. It's a persistent gripe with me. At this point, Effect must be so tired of me bringing it up. But why? I don't understand. Anyways, 5-man spread from both teams across the Rift. The river is well protected for both sides. Not that either side is going to do anything too hairy to start this off.
Standard line of scrimmage from both teams. Nothing unusual. Very, very typical.
Hopefully, the echoiness of my mic has been fixed a bit. If not, I'm not entirely sure what to do to resolve the issue. And I'll just try and minimize it as the stream goes on. Still try a few other things here and there.
Is it just Octavian, or is it also me? Because I don't hear much of an echo from him personally.
I believe it's just me that's having the issue. I'm not sure exactly what could be causing it. As they say, the cast must go on. And indeed it will. The red buff going to be started off by Elia and matched by Vile. We'll see whether or not he goes for some aggressive and cheeky Ivern play.
Oh, Man, Bear, Horse, Pig, and Smurf going for a nice little ambush onto Austin Jones, putting out a nice chunk of damage.
Yeah. I mean, that's the same play we saw from them in the semifinals, waiting up in the forward bush. It's one of the advantages of having an Ivern. I mentioned it then, and I'll mention it again now. You don't have to go for a leash, so you can wait aggressively in the lane. I think they even had a Malzahar support last time around. It's a strategy they like.
Yeah, it worked for them last time, it worked for them this time. We'll have to see if they do it again next game, but we're in this game currently. We'll have to wait for that next time.
As Holy's going to be landing the Shadow Dash into Jenga Baby. It's Battle of the Tanks up in the top lane, but I imagine Holy advantage, if only because Shen does now have percentage damage in his kit. Rather useful for cutting down those tanky trees. And I'm curious to see how the bottom lane pans out for Austin and Sniper. As if they start to fall behind, I worry they don't have very many good ways of coming back into the matchup.
It's definitely going to be a struggle if they get if they get outpaced. And Chazzy, speaking of outpaced, Chazzy's taking very large, significant chunks of damage from Shurima.
Twisted advance from Jenga Baby. Holy. Actually coming up behind in that trade. Mostly due to the Sap Magic passive, though. And just the fact that Jenga Baby has an extra health potion. Holy. To keep sustaining in his lane. And the top lane last time was such an explosive matchup. By last time, I mean our last semifinal match with Act 39. That's, it got something of an eye towards the top lane now, even if the champions are not particularly exciting.
Well, currently, everything's fairly even. Taking items and potions and mana bars aside.
Oh, Shurima looking for the stun. There's the Thunderlord's proc as well. Good amount of damage onto Chazzy. Just wanted to do it, but he respects the damage out of the Cassiopeia. Doesn't want to keep chasing. I honestly don't know if that was the right call. There's a danger ping, so maybe Rose Noir thought that Elia was mid lane.
One way or another, they do force out his flash, giving Shurima... Actually, no, Shurima used his flash as well.
Yeah. That's why I'm a little curious that Shurima backed away so quickly there at the end when just another auto or orb would have done the trick. But respect either for Elia potentially being missed or just Chazzy's own damage output and the exhaust that the Cassiopeia was still rocking there.
Well, currently Shurima having that lead with just a slight CS lead.
I think once level 6 is breasted by both of these mid laners, we're going to see the story really develop in the mid lane, because it is going to be quite a big deal where those ultis go, particularly whether or not Shurima can dodge away from the Petrifying Gaze. As Sniper and Austin Jones push forward a little bit themselves.
They're getting some nice piercing arrows onto Smurf, keeping up that damage.
True. Smurf is decently low. What you've got to keep in mind, though, is that there's still... If you look between these two supports at the very least, Manbear Horsepig currently has a Biscuit running, has another in his inventory, and is at full health just about. Whereas there's no sustain left for Sniper, and very little utility on this Misfortune. Maybe I'm just too much of a skeptic about this pick, but it still worries me nonetheless.
There is some cause for concern. We'll have to see what they can do with it once they hit level 6, because that Chains of Corruption bullet time combo can be very dangerous.
Speaking of level 6, we're close to in the mid lane, but not quite there yet. Chazzy going to take a big chunk of damage, and that's priming for that level 6 fight once Shurima hits that breakpoint.
So that could be so very dangerous if Chazzy continues to eat this one. I forgot the name of the ability. Speaking of danger, though.
Yeah, Elia, though, has been hanging around the mid lane waiting. Still goes over. It is going to be traded back. No summoners available from the earlier skirmish. Holy keeps the chase going on a Jenga Baby here, just waiting in that shadow. Nice pull into the flash! Into the bush! Jenga Baby pulls off the juke! But Vile is going back to check. No! Jenga Baby should have stayed in the bush. He turned back around. Vile wouldn't have found him in time. He could have based. I think he still makes it out, though. Yeah, he's still okay.
I've never seen that done here at Reverie. I know it could be done, but we've never seen it.
All right, well, Elia is top lane now. They're going to keep the fight going here onto Holy, but I don't think anybody... The excitement at this point has abated, but that was tons of fun.
That was so exciting.
Just straight up. Oh, man.
Thank you, Jenga Baby. That was awesome.
Yeah, quick thinking from Jenga Baby. Is, to some degree, read by Vile, but read a little bit too late. And he even pulled the flash from the shed. Like, that's how you know you've fully pulled the wool over their eyes when they flash after. Oh, Shurima looking for the stun. Shurima finding the stun, but also getting kicked up against the wall. Lane. There's the stand united, but a few more Twin Fangs could burn through that shield. No, Shurima has the ghost. He gets away. He's tossing a little bit of damage back in with that River Scuttler. And Elia now, without a mid lane to support, is caught out and alone. Ward hops over the wall to get away. And Shurima will easily kite away from that little soccer ball-headed sapling.
That's gotta feel bad. They were so close to breaking through the stand united and taking down Shurima, but he just gained that... Hello.
Speaking of level 6 spikes, though, but Austin Jones is going to get silenced. And the classic mistake into the Malzahar matchup is underestimating the Malzahar support's damage output. Smurf does nearly go down, though. So Austin Jones playing aggressively into that fight is potentially the right decision. Just another 100 damage or so, and they would have killed. So you've always got to be wary.
Absolutely. If Sniper had had his ultimate, they probably could have picked up Smurf, but he's not quite level 6 yet.
Or, if Sniper could stun people or something along those lines. Manbear Horsepig, though, flashing forward for the silence into the snare from Smurf. And it's an easy kill onto the summonerless Varus. That's when you pay for that mistake. A few moments later when you wish you had that flash and heal.
Shadow Dash not quite landing on a Jenga Baby.
As Holy now with the red buff to his name is going to keep Jenga away from the minion wave, despite that E not connecting. It's really more about sending a message at this point. As you can see, Jenga just has absolutely no means to get up close to this wave anymore. At least not until that red buff is gone. Yeah, we'll see Holy win out in pretty much every single one of these trades, and decisively so. The true damage early on is so very powerful, and not to mention the slow allowing Shen to land all 3 procs of his Vorpal Blade. Shurima could be in some real trouble here. Elia comes in, but doesn't have the angle on the Dragon's Rage.
Decides just to...
Half of Shurima's health is still forfeit, though. Flash forward from Chazzy. It's just the slow off the Petrifying Gaze.
Shurima, playing it wise, wants to flash out rather than trying to walk away. Speaking of danger, though...
Oh, here's Elia in the mid lane, though. There's the follow-up, but Elia goes too far into the turret. Shurima turns it around. Unleashed Power claims the kill. File shows up in the mid lane, but he doesn't have nearly as much damage as the Lee Sin did. Still, though, possibly enough. He's got the red buff, he's got the ranged auto attacks from the bush, but Chazzy is a dangerous target to keep chasing, as Daisy quickly finds out.
Poor Vile not having just enough damage to take down Chazzy.
Yeah, sadly, Vile, the base damage on Ivern is not all that terribly impressive. Isn't able to clean up the kill. But still a 1-for-1 trade in what was essentially a 2. Vile should have at the end, but that was after the fight had really already gone down.
Yeah, if Vile had been there a little
think
sooner,
Shuriken's doing just
fine, but he was just
possibly.
slightly late to the party. And
I don't know about that fight from Jenga. He's going to be able to walk out, though. He's all right. Meanwhile, Chazzy, speaking of walking out, has to do just that.
he slithers out, really.
I suppose. He doesn't have feet. Yes, he is a snake. Or she is a snake, if you want to be champion-focused about it, because it is Cassiopeia.
Maybe
the
the
ropes
player
there, in fact.
identifies as a snake.
Maybe. I don't know. Frankly, don't care that much. But you're right. I don't know. Manbear Horsepig
Taking some damage.
continuing to be aggressive in this lane. It's going to take quite a bit of damage for it, actually, and does.
They read that very well.
Yes, indeed. Manbear Horsepig was playing super aggressive over the last maybe 20, 30 seconds or so, and Elia being there at the right time meant they could take advantage of that.
Austin just like, hey, look, I'm too far forward. Ult me, please. And they took it, hook, line, and sinker.
There's just so much damage in that trio. I mean, I've harped on the Miss Fortune support as maybe not being the right option here, but there is one thing that she provides, and that is burst damage in the early game. So, Malzahar just taken off the face of the rift in a matter of moments.
Absolutely.
Maybe even just moments singular, not even plural.
Definitely didn't take very long, that's for sure. Smurf being forced back a little bit.
And this has been a relatively even match so far. As we take a look at the gold values here, we're literally holding even, 18.2 or 3K between both teams. And across the board, the only real discrepancy between two roles would be actually forming in the jungle here. Elia has done a great job of being opportunistic with this Lee Sin. He's found a few kills for himself. Sniper is almost getting sniped out there by the deadly... Chased away by an aggressive Manbear Horsepig, which really just doesn't sound like something you want to ever encounter.
That would be very disturbing, that's for sure. Manbear.
How did he die, Doctor? Well, I can't tell for sure, but by the claw marks and hoof marks and bite marks and
Everything.
fist marks, it looks like it was a Manbear Horsepig. Some assortment of those animals. An aggressive one.
Gonna have to do...
Quite
We need an illustration to see what a Manbear Horsepig would look like.
I really don't. I don't want to see that, actually. We're going to take that one back. Nobody make any art in that direction, please. It's not really something that needs to grace the world with its presence. Jenga maybe getting a lane pushed up in the top lane as Elia rotation on the colored buffs. Dragon going to be awoken from its slumber to chase a Malzahar out of the pit. And both teams continue to hold relatively even. But we've yet to break out a laning phase, and that's where the real action is.
Absolutely. Sniper looking for some vision, managed to clear. Hello. Curtain call.
Yeah, he may find a few more bullets than he was anticipating. There's a flash.
Elia there to save the day. Manbear Horsepig flashing forward only to have his ultimate interrupted.
Yep. Unfortunate. But that is one of the benefits of the Lee Sin pick. Actually quite useful for that, interrupting that sort of stationary CC. Pardon me. My throat is rebelling against me. As Holy and Jenga Baby go at the mano-y-mano once again. And come out relatively evenly once again. The red buff floating around his feet this time.
They're still so even despite all the action.
Yeah, and that that's a sign of a good series to come, I'm sure. As these teams are really very well matched up against one another, which is kind of the hope going into the final. You want to find those two teams that represent the best of what the bracket has to offer. I think we've been relatively successful in that tonight.
For sure. Sniper using his bullet time to do some harassment damage, but not too much really coming out of it.
I'm always interested to see the itemization of a support misfortune. Some of them will rush into the Spell Thief's Edge really quick just to get a tiny bit of utility. I actually like the path that Sniper is going for here, though, where he's going for the Black Cleaver early. Well, relatively early. He has got the Sightstone and the Frost Fang, which are both very powerful. I honestly don't even like the upgrade to the Frost Fang on support and MF whenever I do see it, which for me hopefully is not very often. I'm not a huge fan of the pick in general, but when you do go for it, you want to get the utility in the form of that armor shred. It is so very good.
Absolutely.
It's like the one thing that she does better than almost anybody else because her ult ticks so quickly. She can shred away an entire enemy's team's armor in just moments. That's going to be really, really useful. Elia, though, safeguarding away those last few hit points, keeping him just barely
He's
alive.
under 100, that's for sure.
Keeping him just barely alive.
I see it.
That one was painful.
It was a little forced, but I'll allow it.
I was actually in physical pain making that. I think I just had like a small heart attack or something. I'm not sure.
Oh my! Speaking of heart attacks,
The sharp pain in my funny bone. Oh, there's the snare on Austin Jones, and that's the season train rolling him right over. All it took was
he
one.
decided not to flash. He probably might have been able to flash away, honestly, but
Yeah, he could potentially have flashed away from the root collar, but there was still a fourth, well as man point and click ulti. It was a tough situation to escape from.
Daisy gonna be going down. It looks like.
As Sniper gets silenced off. Yeah, that's Smurf flashing forward for the finish. An easy one at that. Elia now caught out alone and scared under the turret here, and they just need one. Gonna flash away. No, the fourth flash. It's a double kill to the Jin. Holy gets interrupted, but really the shield was the only thing needed to get Jin out from under the turret safely. And I was going to make the Maokai pay for that interruption with a good bit of damage.
Still, that's RGB taking away 3 kills, extending their kill lead.
Oh, Man-Bear Horsebait went way too aggressively there. I mean, they had him snared, but they didn't have any follow-up past them. By the Varusol, pardon me. Chazzy will get caught on the way back out, though. Unleashed Power does a good amount of damage, and it's a shutdown going over to Smurf. However, Austin Jones get a shutdown of his own. Shurima, though, with the cooldowns available once again, will claim that life. It's a very messy fight in the bottom lane, but I believe Rose Noir just about came out on top.
RCB with a very slight lead. Not much of one, but
Exhaust onto Shurima. Shurima actually having to flash away. The Sniper's completed a little bit of damage for himself at this point.
absolutely. He has that Phage.
Just a little
Working
bit.
on the Warhammer, going to be able to get that Black Cleaver finished in short order. Which will be so very dangerous with bullet time.
The problem then with Misfortune support, moving into the later game though, you don't have enough gold income to actually build as a carry. And your kit isn't all that useful if you just build straight support. So after you get that first item, the the Black Cleaver, which is such a powerful spike for her because it allows her to shred so much armor off the enemy team collectively, you don't have a great third item to go for. You can finish off the Spell Thief's Edge, and that's okay. Then after that, you're faced with the problem of, do I build support? Do I grab the Redemption because that's just such a good item on its own? Or do I keep building into carry and try and be a damage source for my team? And it's one that I've seen Misfortune Support's answer in both directions multiple times.
Personally, going to lean towards more just building more damage, but I don't play as frequently as I used to, so maybe that's the wrong answer. And speaking of things, Elia showing up to say hi.
I think, like everything, it's really situational and based on the game. And how much gold income, in fact, Sniper is getting, is there's the ulti on Austin Jones. I mean, another assist for the support Misfortunes. Maybe that's going to help solve that particular issue as Jenga Baby and Holy go at it again.
Tank's doing tank things.
Not too much new I can say about this fight, yeah. Both of them have their Sunfire finished. That's interesting, if you stretch the definition of interesting.
They're like punching bags, and they just keep hitting each other. Well, Rift Herald returned to the void, getting a no love. Poor thing.
You know, it used to say that the Rift Herald has killed the Rift Herald.
I did know that, yes.
Well, for the first patch or two after Rift Herald came out.
It's just
He was just a really depressed guy.
that's so So incredibly sad. It's like, fine, if no one wants me, I guess I'll just leave.
Oh man. Another thing that we haven't really hit on too much, though. We've talked about the junglers and the jungle discrepancy between Elia and Vile. Elia's name being one that I'm going to say differently almost every time I say it, because I'm still not sure
Hello.
how that is meant to be said. Oh, there's the ulti into Jenga Baby, followed up by exactly the CC train that they wanted to run, but Jenga Baby is just a little too tanky, survives the majority of the damage, and makes it out just fine. Well, just fine might be a stretch. He did have to burn his summoner.
He did burn his flash. He is alive, though, and not giving away free gold.
That's potentially what counts in the end. The outer turret, though, is under fire here, and Chazzy actually getting caught.
Seeing a teleport back from
Kick onto
Jenga.
Vile. He's stunned under the turret, though, and Vile nearly enough to keep him alive. Smurf brings down Elia, but Jenga Baby, having teleported in, is looking for a little bit of revenge. Doesn't want it anymore, though. Almost instantly getting chunked down. Sniper gets stunned out of the ulti. Oh, that is so very good. A very well-placed scatter the weak. I don't know if Holy can really continue to just face tank through Chazzy's damage, but that's okay. The rest of his team is taking down the turret at this point, provided they get themselves a minion wave. Ialea is how you're supposed to pronounce it.
That's still very unusual.
Okay, Ialea. No, it's nice. I like that. It's got a nice rhythm to it.
I'm not saying it's bad. Just saying it's unusual.
Why are you saying it's so bad? In fact, come on. Be nice. These players volunteer for us. You don't have to be mean to them.
I wasn't being mean, though.
God, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry about Effect.
Yes, I am just a cranky old man who's very, very sad.
Normally he's a great guy, but I don't know what's up with Effect tonight. He's just been so terribly mean.
Not lie, as in I'm lying. Lead.
Ialea. Oh, Ialea. That's.
Ialea.
I don't know if I like that one as much.
I'll take it. It's fine.
Well, the mystery is solved.
Mystery solved. And speaking of mysteries,
I'm sure I'll make that mistake at least one more time.
Speaking of mysteries, the difference between Control and Central, one of the players from another team, is actually just Control, not Central. So you're right about him.
Ha! I knew it.
Ooh.
I didn't. That's a lot of damage.
Member Horsepig eating a very powerful piercing arrow right in the face.
Yeah, and this is the mid-game power spike that some people even just pick the Varus for flash away from Sniper. Root Collar doing some work. As Austin Jones continues to look for damage.
Even with a shield, still takes another chunk of damage from that piercing arrow. And that's one thing from Austin Jones. He is so very accurate with those piercing arrows.
Yeah, he has been on point with those. And I'm just really interested to see how these team fights play out. And we may very well have one on our hands. Sniper, the first target of Curtain Call, as the last two bullets land in onto Jenga Baby. Daisy coming down. There's Sniper 430 over the wall. Some good damage in a man. Both Chazzy and Jenga Baby get tossed backwards and then tossed up by Daisy as well. Austin Jones looking for a turnaround here, though, as Jenga Baby gets the killing spree, and we're seeing Rosemore have to back out. Manbear Pig almost down immediately.
Ollie 39 coming out ahead there.
That's a great start for Ali 39.
Oh man, Manbear Horsepig's so very close to going down. He needs to back here. Oh, the didn't quite see it there, but the Voidling managed to block out that Sonic Wave, saving Manbear Pig's life. Manbear Horsepig.
Don't forget the horse.
The horse is very important.
The horse is the most important part.
So is it like a horse head? Is that what the part is?
Don't ask me. Ask the guy himself. Manbear Horsepig is just... He's a walking, talking farm's worth of memes at this point, and I'm glad to see him back. I'm glad to see Rose Noir, as I hope, regardless of how the series goes, that we get to see Ali 39 back as well, because this has been a really, really fun match to watch and to cast. 11-11 on kills, still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Two turrets either way. Potentially a dragon both ways. This has just been one of the most even-handed matches I've seen in a long time here.
Absolutely. Don't see these very frequently. Usually it stays even up to the 20-minute mark and then it starts to tilt, but right now, it could still go either way.
That is some dangerous forward play from
Absolutely.
Sniper. But Shurima not landing the stun. As they're going to chase Chazzy away in the mid lane with Smurf salty. And Holy continues to look for pressure, but is going to get countered by Jing. Dragon gets backed away from on both sides. Vision pretty much equal down on that side of the map, though, as everything else is.
As far as the top lanes are concerned, Jenga and Holy could be hitting each other all day and neither one will die, but they can both keep the waves pushed either way.
It's really interesting to see that both these top lanes are just going for the same items. Just the exact same things. And honestly, why shouldn't they? They're both AP. They wave clear supplementing kit through the Sunfire. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it, but it still looks kind of funny. Looks funny when you don't think about it, and I don't like thinking.
And the one discrepancy in these matchups is bottom lane versus Smurf with the 6-1-2 having a nice strong kill lead, making him very dangerous, though Austin Jones has been no slouch, that is for sure.
Yeah, honestly, Austin Jones is powerful in his own right, and he's rocking that lethality build. Sniper 430 is in real trouble here, though.
Excuse me.
Smurf claims the killing spree with a stray bullet. Pardon me. And that could very well herald a push into the mid lane. They've lost a little bit of teamfight power with the misfortune down. Oh, stun into Ialaya. I'm sure I'll get that right eventually.
Ialaya using these smites to take down Daisy.
Potentially just la. Smurf looking for a few shots. A lot of the time we're seeing the Jin for zoning power here.
I certainly don't think we've actually seen it kill too many people, but he uses it almost on cooldown, it feels like.
And it is a very powerful tool in that regard. A lot of people saw it as something of a finisher when Jin first stopped play, but it just has so much power CC attached to it, as well as good high damage, even on higher health targets, though that has been nerfed to some degree with the damage that was moved over to an execution portion. Oh, that's an engagement of Shurima. He gets tossed back. Is in some real trouble trying to make it out and succeeding, actually, as Retard Smurf gets caught in the front lines now. That's not a good spot for the Jin to be. Going to turn back around with one more auto, but Holy's rather alone. He is very tanky, though, and seems to be barely even taking any damage, even under the full of A39's focus. He does have to flash away in the end, though. A39 find themselves a 1-for-0 trade with a very, very flashy start to the fight from Ialaya.
That Dragon Rage couldn't have been any more perfect. It was so on point. Because his model looked like it was actually just on top of Shurima. It could have gone either way, I felt like. But he managed to kick Shurima in the correct direction, sending him to his death.
That's a good start towards breaking the game in their favor, and this is a game that very
kills, turrets. Kills or even turrets are 1 in favor of A39, and the gold lead is a 2k difference. 2k is not significant at this point, but it gives them a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, and what you've got to consider is the fact that they've now taken that mid-outer turret, which is really key for map control. It's going to allow them to get some more deep vision, as we're seeing they're already attempting to do. And so shove down the mid lane, though, and the mid-outer is going to as well for Rose Noir.
Sniper.
Not only giving up the gold, but also that disadvantage, as the exhaust on Shurima is not going to be nearly enough to prevent Misfortune going down. Jenga Baby in a really dangerous spot here, actually. If they can just land some form of hard CC into the Maokai here, they could. There's the Nether Grasp. Maybe not totally the right choice to be Malzahar ulting the Maokai pick, but Austin Jones gets tossed back in, and Shurima the kill. That's an easy 1-2 punch for him. Flash away, barely any health remaining. Shurima's just about going to make it out. He gets the shield on the way out. The sapling is not going to be enough, and in the meantime, the Maokai falls. He continued chasing the Chazzy. He was not marked, though, so the Deadly Flourish is not a snare.
RZB with the
It's a shutdown
return win on that
for
team fight.
Actually, maybe a Baron attempt.
They're clearing that vision, looking for wards. They took 2 for nothing there, so that's not invaluable.
They are on vision. Even with the sweeper and even with a pink ward, they were on vision at least at the start of this because of that crab shrine. So it's known that they're going for it.
Oh.
Ayalaya caught out in the backside of the pit. Silenced for the longest time. Shurima in the make-up raid! Kill. Oh, boy.
Sniper getting his revenge.
Oh boy, this is looking bad. The Baron is still up.
Smurf
Yes,
needs
he is
to.
taking bits though.
He gets pulled over the wall, getting out of the way of
A
that
little bit
bullet
of an
time.
assist from the Baron there. Yeah, the bullet time actually dealt a little more damage than perhaps it otherwise would have to Manbear Horsepig, as he got knocked up on his way out through the bullet time by Baron. And A39 managed to hold off the Baron attempt. That's good.
Yep. Sniper gonna take out that vision and deny some of it on his own.
Oh man, Ayalaya could be in some. He's caught way out behind enemy lines. GA or no, he goes down.
Trap right on his revive
I
location.
don't know if Manbear Horsepig wants to be anywhere near this fight. Oh no,
He's
another
like,
grab. Okay. I was about to say he can go down in an instant.
Piercing arrow tickling him just a little bit there.
Caught onto his cape. You know, it's like they say in The Incredibles, you really never should wear a cape. It's just a liability.
Absolutely.
Saw that movie,
I did
right?
see that movie. It's been a while.
Okay,
I hear
good.
they're making a sequel.
It has been a little while.
Are they?
Yes.
Are they?
It's been officially
I'm-
announced.
Both excited and dreading it, but that's a bit of an aside. As Shurima looks to take down a blue buff,
Sniper continue to
Dragon
harass
is-
Shurima.
potentially. Yeah. That's going to be an easy Mountain Drake for the side of A39, who have had complete dragon control this game.
And the double Mountain Drake is going to let them push objectives very easily.
Yeah. If they get any amount of time in the Baron buff, it's going to go down very swiftly.
And we can see that Sniper actually going for the healing reduction that has the Executioner's Calling.
Yeah, and that is certainly a powerful option. One that I didn't mention when I was talking about the problems with itemizing and support Misfortune. I honestly wouldn't say it's all that great here. It's really just going to cut into the redemption.
He's
here.
got
about
the Last Whisper finish as well, so it is going to give him the armor shred, even more armor.
Yeah, so it's like a mixture of going utility and damage, but the utility isn't all that useful into this particular team comp. It's a lot of damage onto Chazzy, but Manbear Horsepig steps a bit too far forward again and falls.
He gets spat on and then falls over. Man,
There's a shove up the mid lane
feel
now
like
from A39.
both of these supports are just getting kind of caught out here and there.
Well, it's a decent catch into Ayalaya, but I think they're right not to follow up on it. They would be fighting basically a 3v5 or 3v4 at that point.
Yep. Clearing out some vision around the Baron Pit, making sure that RCB doesn't get a free take on it. Oh, this game is still so close. It shrunk back down to a 300 gold difference, which is so small.
It really is just that tower. I mean, well, at this point, actually, tower difference, as we see Jenga Baby take one, but the dragon difference.
That's the one key thing that
making
might
any
make
sort
the
of
difference.
difference
Yeah.
between these teams. I wouldn't say it's all that key in these team fights, since they're both sort of just utility drakes for out of combat or non-combat related things, like the utility and pushing power from Mountain Drake and the out of combat regen from Ocean Drake. But it is really the only difference in these two teams
Absolutely.
at this point in terms of stat wise.
That means if A39 can get Baron and get a decent amount of RCB dead, they can push very hard.
Yes. So it is, I suppose, slightly more dangerous for Rose Noir to lose a team fight now because of those two Mountain Drakes. They represent just more snowballing power off of any given advantage for the side of Alley 39.
But they are going to do their
You
best.
sound like a bully.
Alley
Alley 39.
Ollie 39? Is it Alley or Ollie?
I think it's spelled A-L-I. I'm not sure how they would want us to pronounce it. But Manbear Horsepig going to get caught out here once again. Usually at the start of these fights, Austin Jones looks for a bit of a continuation there. The heel going to come down to keep Mel's. Now Chazzy and Austin eating some bullets. Ayalaya going to eat one or two as well. I think they're just fine.
Looks like it. Manbear Horsepig happy to be alive, I imagine. He has that Rylai's now, so he is a little bit more on the durable side. Working on Leandri's Torment, actually. Has that Haunting Guise. More burn.
I'm just really curious as to what is going to be the spark that ignites the flame here in this game, because we are just waiting quietly behind so much power now from both teams. We've got 3 or 4 items completed for almost everyone on both sides, just kind of excluding the supports. And even the supports are both high damage semi-carry supports. Like,
Ooh, there's the bullet time.
the pin has got to drop eventually.
And bullet time almost taking down Manbear Horsepick along with some additional damage coming out of Chassis, but yeah, Vile and I didn't catch who else was there. Not taking so much. Probably Holy then.
Yeah. A little bit of shove down the mid lane here from A30 near the Baron Pit, pardon me. And they do have Jenga Baby shoving out the bottom lane at the moment. That's pushed Holy back, as you can see. He's going to be roaming down there to try and prevent that pressure from mounting too much. They do have a bit of global mobility advantage in the form of Holy Shen. He's got the double global, so that'll allow him to ult in the team fights and then teleport away should that be necessary.
Chazzy getting caught out by that Scout of the Week, but is quickly able to get away. Not too many issues. I would not be surprised to see Holy picking up his Rot Portal to try and get even more pressure on the sidelines.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if either top lane is picked, because that may be one of the few paths left to cracking this game open, going for some kind of split push play. Generally, Shen and Maokai are not known for their abilities to take turrets down, but they've both got decent wave clear, and they can eventually be a threat if left to their own devices.
They've differed slightly in the item choices, Holy getting that Randoins, and Jenga Baby going for the Locket and the item whose name I can't remember because no one built it.
The Knight's Vow.
That's it.
What do you mean no one builds it? Knight's Vow is awesome.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying we don't see it ever.
It doesn't get as much love. I will not contest you on that one.
Speaking of love, here comes the curtain call.
Yeah, the fourth bullet landing on a Jenga again, who's
Holy opting to flash out.
in the back of the fight. Manbear Horsepig over the wall is going to be ulting Chazzy, but interrupted almost immediately. Separated almost as quickly as well. Chazzy flashing forward, a 2-man stun onto the 2 most important targets, but the Shen ult is just too much to work through. The Shreema will stay alive. That piercing arrow onto Smurf is so much damage. The shutdown goes to Varus, but it's another trade. In these team fights, as in this game, these teams are so incredibly even.
It's Elder Drake, but are RGB going to go for it? They're pinging it.
Is it Elder
It is
Drake?
Elder Drake.
Health bars are so low. It's dangerous if they go for it.
They're not going for it. They're taking red buff or setting up an ambush.
And neither side really. Oh, maybe the ambush. There's a stun on the sniper. That's a dead misfortune. No, maybe not. No, that is a dead misfortune.
Oh, Elia missing this.
Landing. The ulti.
Oh.
As Elia tosses himself over the wall with the blast cone.
Blast cone saving his life. Now they're looking for that red buff.
Yeah. Still, though, not really a sizable advantage taken for either team there. They get one more kill on the back off of a little bit of push and they steal away a red buff. That's not game ending. That's not even really game changing.
Not at all. But RGB coming out just barely ahead. A toe.
All right, well. We see more dancing around the Baron at this point.
RGB knows if they lose Baron, this could end the game for them.
Yeah, one of these teams just has to pull the trigger on something, though. I feel like it may be a little bit better for LA, though, because they do have those 2 mountain drakes, as well even as the ocean drakes. So if they get an advantage, they'll be in a much better position to push it. They'll have much more damage onto neutral MJ, as well as an ocean drake to heal them up after a team fight. So I'm surprised that Ali39 isn't playing aggressively here. Oftentimes it's Rose Noir that's been the one forcing the issue. But maybe Ali39 just isn't considering that.
If they can get 1 or 2 picks, they could possibly take Baron, and that would be enough to end the game, I think, with that double Earth Drake.
Yeah. And there's so much to fight over right now. Every single global objective is available. And there's still outer turrets as yet untaken. Like, we haven't hit inhibitor turrets yet, and we're almost 40 minutes into the match, aside from 1 in the mid lane.
Oh man, things are slowing down significantly. Manbear Horsepick could be in trouble!
There's the cue from Elia. There's the kick back into the team fight. Man, bear, horse, pig.
Stand United not enough to save him.
It's just one pick, but that may be enough. I suppose they also killed Daisy.
They managed to take down Daisy. They used the Dragon's Rage. They used the... it's a Chains of Corruption? I want to say Chains of Corruption. I think that's...
Mm-hmm.
I forgot for a second.
Tendril of Corruption.
Yeah.
But yes, of Corruption.
At least I got the title half right. But that might be the spark needed to take this Baron, but they're going for Holy.
Yeah, this is another team fight that could work out really, really well for Ali 39. 420 gets caught off to the side there.
And they're trying really hard to take down
a little
Holy.
bit too scared to enter the fight alone. Jenga Baby going to be melted pretty quickly, though. Smurf and Shrima have yet to be touched here, and that's a pretty big deal. Oh, they're going to back off again. These teams, neither one wants to be responsible for the play that ends the match.
Remember, Horsepick got caught out, but when they tried to take Holy on there, they just took too much damage trying to take him down. And he's got that GA now, so it is going to keep him alive for even longer. Oh, here comes Jenga Baby from the side.
He's got the home guard buff as well, so they're going to be able to catch on to Shen, but Shen is not exactly an easy target.
No. He has those Merc Treads, so the snare is not going to last very long. He's able to get away very quickly.
Oh man, I just want to see a call one way or the other. Neither to take the risk. Jenga Baby teleporting in and going for that home guard attack was something of a call, that's for sure. But Baron and Elder Drake have been on the board for so long now. Neither team has really given them a serious attempt. Rose Noir once, that's about it.
It is worth noting now that Holy has both his Stand United and his teleport, and Jenga Baby does not. So that means...
It's like both teams are standing over a pile of tinder with lighters, but neither one of them wants to be the one to start the fire. They didn't start the fire.
Well, they tried, but the match broke while trying.
I was really hoping you continue the Elton John right there.
I have only know a couple of Elton John songs, unfortunately.
I'm disappointed, but at the same time, I forgive you.
No.
Alright, Baron is...
Oh, Sharima!
Potentially under fire here. There's a lot of damage on the Sharima.
But
gives up his life for the attempt.
Sharima manages to, at the cost of a very large portion of HP, uses Scatter the Weak, takes down Sniper.
This game has just been about bullying the supports for the last 10 minutes. Like, there's 6 deaths on one, 7 on the other, and I think out of laning phase there was half that many across both of them. So that's a flash forward from Man Bear Horse Pig. Chazzy going to be the one that he's targeting a 3-man stun from Sharima. That's a great start to the fight. Ayalaya in some trouble. He leaps over the wall to safety with that safeguard. Snare onto Jenga Baby, and I think they have what it takes to bring down the Maokai, but no! He flashes back!
Oh, man.
But he goes down again!
Everybody is so low. Everybody's almost dead.
No!
Once again, the team that takes down the enemy team support is not able to take advantage of it to any huge degree. We see lots of pop summoners, and that's it.
I feel like Ali 39 could try and go for this Elder Drake if they make the read the Rose Noir. Now. Elder Drake is on the table for them. That's the thing about the game once you get this far into it. You've got to remain ever vigilant for these super powerful buffs that are there and free for the taking for either side.
We're kind of getting to the stage where the team to win the next team fight might just end the game on the spot.
But to be fair, like, there's no inhibitor towers that
is true. That is not insignificant. But then, on that note, that does give Ollie the advantage with that double Mountain Drake.
Yeah, a point we've come back to once or twice.
Oh.
And maybe one of the reasons why Rose Noir is playing safe.
Our Rose Noir, speaking of going for a...
Started the fight with Sniper landing some good damage over the wall. Vile and Holy, though, are the ones caught inside the bullet time and aren't exactly squishy at this point. Baron down to half health. Please, Rose Noir, don't back off. You can do this. You can take this fight. Oh, they're going to be taking it, in fact. There's the dash into Jenga Baby. Once again, the tanks are the ones taking most of the damage, and that's not the ideal way for a team fight to start for either side, but it looks like Holy's going to go down at least for the first time. He does have that Guardian Angel. Jenga will be losing well.
Both teams losing their Guardian Angel.
As
Alaya,
another Guardian Angel, casualty of this fight. Alaya flashes away, but Austin Jones takes the first true life as Man-Bear Horsepig dies. In true fashion in these last few fights, it's the supports that go down first. There's the piercing arrow. Damage keeps getting tossed back and forth, but I don't think anyone else falls.
both these teams are so low.
Once again,
It's just one death.
another fight that ends in just one death. Is that enough for the Elder Drake? It seems that Alaya thinks so.
He's going for it. We see Chazzy's very
Yeah.
low. There is that vision coming through from the plant whose name I can't remember.
The Scryer's
That's it.
Bloom is popped. They're not going to test the Elder Drake. Instead, Rose Noir is rushing towards the top side to go for a Baron. This is really risky, though. As you can see, the Elder Drake has already fallen, thanks in part to the dual mountains, which is now going to be quadruple Mountain Drake buffs, by the way. So if we see Ali 39 win this fight, which is a bit harder now that their support is dead, but if we see them win this fight, every objective of the map will evaporate.
Oh, Elia thinking about going over the wall here.
There's a flash forward from Austin Jones. Kirima is gone. Baron is so very easy for them to take right
Absolutely.
now if they just turn back around onto this.
Imagine they're just making sure that we're not going to see any kind of steals here.
Like, honestly, I don't think they should keep chasing
Absolutely,
for
I
kills.
agree.
They take Baron so fast. They've got quadruple Mountain Drake. That means they're doing 40% of their damage as true damage to this Baron right now. It's still a little risky for sure. They could be flanked on. And Man-Bear Horsepig goes down. Actually, that's a good start. Chazzy's going to keep on kiting back with Holy. And as you saw, that Baron barely lasted 5 seconds.
And that is going to give Ollie the first major lead of the game. It could possibly end.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I can't stress enough the fact that they've got 4 Mountain Drakes
And
right
Baron.
now. Every single one of them is going to just... Every auto attack that lands on a turret is going to chunk the hell out of it. Like, watch when Austin Jones lands autos on this turret. You see hundreds of health gone with each right click.
That's got to be 20%, maybe 15% damage on the turret, and it's just melting.
Yeah, they just evaporate almost instantly. And this is Rose Noir paying, to some degree, for their sloth earlier on, for their unwillingness to pull the trigger. And I can understand why they were afraid of this very situation, but they found themselves in it after another 20 minutes of waiting, one way or another.
There's the bullet
As
time.
Man-Bear Horsepig is possibly going to melt away to the true damage dragon buff. But no.
There's Chains of Corruption.
There's the Varus ulti landing onto Vi.
And Vile goes down to the poison.
Likely the end of game 1 here. As these turrets just need to be focused for a few moments, they've still got that Elder Drake buff.
Nope, Elia getting locked down, but he managed to get away.
Just hit that Nexus. It's gone in a few moments. There we go. That is game 1 in a 48-minute nail-biter going over to Ali 39.
That was so very close up until that one fight where Elia made the call and then went for Elder Drake. RGB made another call trying to rush towards Baron, but it just didn't work out.
All right, well, we're going to be heading into 2 for you as soon as we can get that together, folks. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
I smoke too much. I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. dream too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. 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 Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
And here we are making a return to the finals between Ollie 39 and Rose Noir, who are going to be on red and blue side, respectively. Unfortunately, Octavian is going to be taking the rest of the evening off. He does have an early day to start tomorrow, but that does mean you'll have the Effect solo cast. It's not my first rodeo, but we'll get through the evening just fine. Seeing some bands fairly quickly right at the gate. Jace, Rengar, Zyra, LeBlanc, Misfortune targeted at Sniper 430. And what is the last band gonna be? It's a Rise. So nothing being changed up from the side of Ollie 39. And what is our first pick of the game gonna be? Very curious to see what is going to get changed up. Obviously, Sniper is going to be forced onto a different support. We may see the return of his Thresh. So that is entirely possible. Or maybe they'll take the Malzahar for themselves. Malzahar and Zyra are basically played very similarly, so that has been a very pickup very recently for supports. But nope, it is going to be taken away. Man, Bear, Horse, Pig securing that Malzahar for himself. It is going to be Lulu, which does make a certain amount of sense. Been seeing a little bit of Lulu in the past couple of weeks, so always very interesting. It is just a hover, though. Until they lock it in, we won't know for sure. Let me scroll back up so I can pronounce that name correctly, hovering the poppy. Don't know why I'm pushing my push to talk. Octavian is no longer in the room with me, so I can just chat normally. I don't see it anymore. Somebody please type in Elia. I believe that's correct. Somebody will correct me in the chat. But it is going to be the Lulu and the Poppy locked in. That could be a Poppy flex pick to top lane. Elia. Okay. Got it. Thanks. Alrighty. And it is going to be Vile locking in the Kha'Zix. And we see Smurf making a return to the Jhin. Don't think I've ever seen Vile play Kha'Zix before, so this could be very interesting to see. But that does mean by banning Misfortune, they do leave Jenga Baby open to play Darius. So that could potentially be very dangerous. So that does also mean it is going to be a Poppy jungle. Now, Darius did receive a very small set of nerfs in the last patch, but from what little we've seen, it hasn't impacted him too heavily. It is a damage nerf in the early game, but nothing too unusual. But no, I haven't seen Vile play Kha'Zix. For all the times we've seen him here at Reverie, it's always been mostly characters like Zac, especially Zac. But ooh, I better get popcorn. Well, unfortunately, I don't have any popcorn here. I do have chicken though. Chicken, corn, what else? Broccoli. That's about it. I really need to go grocery shopping. But that's off topic. Let's get back to it. It is also going to be an Ashe pick. The person who owns Reverie is known as Willie. If you will see him in our Discord, he is one of the staff members. He usually helps set up the brackets. But for those of you who don't know me, I am Effect FX. I am one of the usual shoutcasters here. Hovering the Blitzcrank, but obviously that is not correct. You can't fool me, man, bear, horse, pig. That's almost certainly. And I wasn't talking about Varus, I was talking about Darius. They do sound fairly similar in the last part, so maybe you misheard me. That's entirely reasonable. And we might see Chazzy on the Orianna. Orianna, a usual return to the mid lane, nothing unusual there. But we are going to be seeing a Lux mid from Shurima. And it is also going to be wholly on the Gnar. Going to try and kite out the Darius using those ranged auto attacks. That still could be really dangerous because Gnar is not particularly well known for his durability in mini Gnar. Gets caught out by a single hook when the leap is on cooldown, and he could be Chow. But that is going to be it. We are completely locked in. It is going to be the Holy on the Gnar, Jenga Baby on the Darius, Vile on the Kha'Zix. Where is it? I need to write it down and put like a post-it note on my monitor. Elia. Got it. Elia on the Poppy jungle. Shurima making a bit of play on the Lux. We don't see a lot of Lux from him. Usually Azir and Syndra. But we have seen more Luxes being played recently here at Reverie, so it's not a huge surprise. Chazzy making a return to the Cassiopeia. Smurf on the Jhin, Man Bear Horse Pig on the Malzahar, and then Austin Jones switching it up from the Varus to the similar style of play from on an Ashe. Obviously, Change of Corruption functions a little different, doesn't have the infinite range, but hits multiple targets. Well, can potentially CC multiple targets, I should say. And then because the Misfortune was banned out, Sniper is going to be playing Lulu. So lots of utility, lots of CC. And that's going to be it. We have entered our 3-minute delay. We're going to be going right to a commercial break with a little bit of music. And once we're in the game, we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere, folks. And here we are making a return to the Rift with a pause right off the bat. From the brief moment of the chat we did see, it sounded like somebody was still in the bathroom. Looking at the scoreboard, it looks like everybody is in LCS order, which makes things very easy for me. For those of you just joining us, this could potentially be the last match of the evening if Ollie39 can secure another victory. It is currently 0-1 in favor of Ollie39, like I just said, facing off against RZB. They have now swapped sides, RZB on blue side. I am your caster, Effect FX. Octavian, of course, for those of you who missed it, has decided to take the rest of the evening off. He does have an early day tomorrow, so it's completely understandable. For those of you who do want to see more of him, you can check him out at the Russian League. I believe he's casting it tomorrow. Should be around 7 a.m., so very soon. I don't think I got the Twitch address from him, unfortunately, but shouldn't be too hard to find in the amateur esports scenes on that front. He'll be doing the English broadcast. And the pause is going right out the bat. And here we go. Everyone's here. All the items are bought. Let's see what they do. Oh, we might not be seeing a standard line of scrimmage. We're seeing RCB making a ballsy play. No, it's seeing some pings here. They're going to be hitting that tri-bush into the river bush and seeing if they can get a pick here. They're going to need to land a slow. If Holy can land the slow and Streamer can follow up with a snare, they could be in good shape. They do get spotted out. They do get pinged. And RTB going to go ahead and back out. I believe it is the IPL league. I believe it's IPL, but for Russia. I only know what Octavian told me. I'd have to look it up. I'm actually kind of curious, so while we have a slow moment, I'm going to type it up real quick. Yep. Both junglers will be starting on the bottom side of the map, Vile getting a little bit of help to take out this red buff. Little Voidlings tanking up that red buff for Vile, so he takes 0 damage. Very convenient. Oh, Manbear Horsepig finds Austin Jones. They're trading autos. Coming out pretty even there. Well, I don't have the Twitter address for the league. I can give you Octavian's Twitter address, which he will very likely... Oh, Chazzy trying to get some damage on the Streamer. Streamer returning the favor with the snare and the E. Oh, Streamer no longer has any abilities, though. Pretty even overall between the two of them, though Chazzy doesn't have as much in the way of mana. Where are we going? Things are nice and slow so far, other than the occasional trades. Oh, I moved the directed camera. Sorry. Curious to see what Jenga does in the face of this Gnar. We haven't seen a Gnar in some time. Ooh, Vile with the surprise gang from the side, forcing Chazzy's flash. And that is going to give some advantage to Streamer. If Vile shows up again in mid lane, and they can get a good snare. Definitely some potential there. Oh, here comes Ialaya from the side. Here comes Vile also. Holy is in that Mega Gnar form. There is the Apprehend. And no, unfortunately for RZB, they are currently behind by 1 win. If Ali can secure this victory, then they will be taking away the win for this open tournament. Sniper taking a bit of damage there, but he does still have 3 biscuits. See, Smurf and Member Horsepick are just so aggressive here. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Austin Jones. Ooh, Holy dodging the apprehend. Jenga Baby wisely going for the Dorn's shield, going to reduce some of that auto attack damage. Flourish not quite landing on Sniper. Oh, here comes Shurima positioning himself for a possible snare. There it is. That's going to be First Blood going to Vile. Exactly who they needed on. Now to see if Vile can keep that pace up. That was actually really well played. They got the initial slow, allowed Shurima using the Ghost and the Flash to pop forward, landing the additional snare. No. Member Horsepick, in his quest for harassment, does take some damage himself, though. They are pushing really far forward, so we might see... No, Vile's just going for the Krugs. I was thinking maybe he would go and sneak around into that bottom bush and look for a possible ambush. How are we in top lane? Jenga Baby is doing a very good job keeping up in CS. Holy has to play very careful. He does not want to tangle too much. Oh, Vile getting spot up by the Hawkshot, so they do know exactly where he is currently. If Holy can get this wave, it'll even things out a little bit, but still could potentially be very bad. He's still at a wave and a half disparity between the two laners. Jenga Baby actually using his teleport right away to get back in lane. Has that phage now, which will allow him to stick better to Holy. How are we in mid lane? Very slight CS lead for Shurima. Not too unusual given that they did get the kill onto Chazzy with some help from Vile. Oh no, Shurima missing the snare. Here comes Ayalaya from the side. Shurima has no way to get out of this. There's the teleport from Holy, though. Oh, Blast Cone gets a little more distance. There's the exhaust from Mambo Horsepick. It's going to force Chazzy away. Here comes the Deadly Flourish. It locks him down. There's the ultimate from Shurima. And Chazzy's going to give another kill away. A little bit greedy, but man, that's so... I can't blame him. It's so close. If he hadn't gotten the help, he most certainly would have managed to secure that. Oh, Blast Cone. They're positioned for a dragon here. We've seen many a Kha'Zix take down Dragon by himself very easily around this mark. Oh, they might be backing off though. Oh. Sniper going to dodge the Deadly Flourish. He's going to get the Glitter Lance down. Here comes the ILI with a flash charge into the wall onto Vile. Vile forced to flash away. He's very low. Shurima is going to go down to Austin Jones. And Member Horsepick is going to be going down. And RCB, unfortunately, in their hubris, are going to lose that dragon again. And Smurf is going to be going down to Austin Jones with that health pool. There's no chance. Vile trying to get this red buff, but I think he's going to pay for it with his life. And there is the ultimate from Chazzy. It is going to secure him. Jenga Baby going to wait out this Meganar, possibly. Nope, he's not going to wait it out, but he is going to let it tick down to about half and then go for it. There's... Oh, Apprehend not quite landing. Still, though, that is going to be Ali 39 taking the lead. At first, it looked like RCB was in a pretty good spot, but maybe forced the dragon a little too hard and paid for it. Nope. Jenga maybe tried to get some harassment in, but Jenga not too overly impressed. And Vile looked like he's going to donate that blue buff to Shurima. Chazzy actually probably feeling a little bit of redemption there, having secured 2 of those kills at the Dragon Pit. Well, 1 after the Dragon Pit, technically. That is going to even things up in the mid lane. Bottom lane, though, Austin Jones has managed to get a decent lead with those 2 kills. Has that BF sword and the Warhammer very early into the game. Oh, Holy going for the duel here. I see why, though. He does have some assistance. Here comes Shrima and Vile. There's the shield. Both of them flashing at the exact same time, Holy securing the kill. Oh, there's the crystalline arrow. It's going to land on a Manbro Horse Pig. Yeah. Where are we going with this? I think it's maybe a safe assumption that Jenga Baby plays Jenga. Or that he is a baby at playing Jenga. One of the two. Remember Horsepig eating a lot of damage from Glitter Lance and Volley. And such a rough start for RZB. It's definitely not the worst that it could have been. They're fairly even. Only a 1k goal behind at the 10-minute mark. But it's hard to say. That gank onto top lane is definitely evening things out. Holy was not having a hard time, but it wasn't easy either. But that 1 kill should help even things out. There's the curtain call, actually. Oh, Chazzy finding Vile in the jungle again. Chazzy's probably maybe a little salty after those first 2 ganks. Getting his revenge. And wisely putting Vile on the back foot, keeping him in his own jungle. Makes it very hard to gank when you're being harassed like that. Oh, Shrima getting some damage onto that wave before it's the turret. Remember, Horsepig's trying to do his best to clear out these minions here, but the turret does get dropped down about half. We do not have first brick yet, but that's probably the closest turret. Oh, Chazzy getting caught out by a full combo. If Shrima was close enough to get one more auto and proc that passive, it might have been enough. That would still be very risky, though, because Chazzy does have his ultimate. So Shrima probably wisely just getting the damage down, thinking how much burst he has. It does force Chazzy back, which is invaluable in its own right. Holy has Mega Nard out and has managed to keep the minion wave from hitting the turret, so he is going to be looking at these creeps. He's actually at a very high CS deficit here. Jenga Baby taking full advantage of his character's brute strength. But we can see Holy going for the usual path of a Gnar, which is that black cleaver. He has the pieces. Actually, there's just, not black cleaver, Frozen Mallet. But is Frozen Mallet built out of the Giant Spell anymore? I cannot remember. I'd have to look it up. It's been so long since I've seen a Frozen Mallet. Either way, though, Black Cleaver and Frozen Mallet are not bad items. He does have the Drama's Fist and the Giant's Belt. Health is a very valuable resource against a Darius due to the true damage he deals. Speaking of resources, Holy's about to Mega Gnar out. Here comes Vile from the side. Jenga Baby does not have a flash. He does have the ultimate, unfortunately dies before it lands. But Member Pig getting knocked up by the Poppy ultimate. It is going to be killing him. That is flash in, exhaust down, and the heal down. Nope, here comes the curtain call. Sniper eats 3 of them. And just in case, Ayalaya stands in front of the 4th shot to make sure that Sniper can't die. Oh, here comes Shrima from the side, though. They weren't expecting that. Austin Jones getting snared up. Ayalaya stunning Shrima against the wall. There's the heal pop from Austin Jones. It could be a huge trouble. Both flashing forward. The slow landing onto Ayalaya. Oh, Shrima trying to flash forward and get the snare. Unfortunately, doesn't land, though. But with Austin Jones landing that volley, unfortunately, it put him in range of Shurima's E. And it's going to be taking him down. But Ayalaya going to dodge out the snare. So, I have no idea who came out ahead there. Probably... It's hard to say. I'm leaning towards Ollie 39 because they do get the turret as well. But it is going to put RZB in potential to take their first dragon of this entire series. Oh, Chazzy getting locked down by the Malzahar. And unfortunately for Chazzy, right as he is getting ready to use his ultimate, I actually didn't go off, but it's on cooldown now. Did I miss that? Am I tired that I just didn't even see it happening? Because Vile just killed him anyways. But that is going to give another kill to Vile. And that both teams now have one Infernal Drake. Ah! So Frozen Mount does build out of the Giant's belt still. But that is going to give Holy a lot of kiting potential on Jenga Baby. As well as a nice big health pull to deal with the Axe of Doom. Doesn't want to get dunked on. Very painful. Jenga Baby still has the nice CS lead of about 30 in that top lane, so he not at an advantage just yet, but the Frozen Mount should even things out very significantly. But it's actually worth noting, despite RZB getting some kills and actually taking the kill lead, is still very far behind and melts. Full combo from Shurima along with some additional help from Man Bear Horsepig takes down Sniper. Sniper is getting whenever he goes to kill our wards or put some wards down, he unfortunately is the victim of being picked on. Vile with his Evolved Claws takes down that red buff very quickly. Holy's just trying to get some additional harass on a Jenga Baby. There's the Apprehend, but both players taking some pretty close to even damage there. Holy has the 4 stacks on him. One more stack in is going to give that a nice damage boost to Jenga Baby. But they do wear off. Oh, Man Bear Horsepig could be in a really bad spot. He gets stunned up on the wall by Isla. Here comes Chazzy and Austin to do a lot of damage. Jenga Baby from the side getting locked down by the snare from Lux is forced to flash away. Holy is slowing down Ilia. Oh, Ilia trying to get the ultimate. Unfortunately misses. But Ilia gets a nice stun onto Holy and does take him down with some help from Austin Jones and Chazzy. See, Shurima is just trying to sit off the side, trying to get some nice snares and damage. But unfortunately, due to the speed buff from Chazzy, is going to be missing him. And that is Ollie 39 evening up the kill score. But they still have an almost 2k gold lead. 1.6 currently, 1.7. It's bouncing around a lot. It's almost 2k, so very close. And we're seeing Jenga Baby actually rotated to the bottom side, letting Austin Jones and Sniper rotate to top. Trying to keep the tower pressure up, but Chazzy gets caught by a snare, and even with the shield from Sniper, is not going to be enough. You see that Shurima is rapidly advancing in the damage. He has the Melanonomicon and the Sorcerer Shoes. So a half-health Cassiopeia is not going to survive that kind of high burst damage. And we're going to see the first tower of the game for RZB, it looks like. They have 4 out of 5 members here. Man Bear Horsepig getting a ward into the jungle. Oh, Holy versus Jenga Baby. There's the stun. Additional stun from Holy. He's going to do his best, but with the Frozen Mount, I think he actually has a very good chance here. Especially if he Jenga Baby gets sniped out from the side. And with that, I think we can safely say that Jenga Baby is not going to be able to deal with Holy. Not in a strict fight. Though he still is doing a very good job keeping up his CS. It is going to be possible. Another turret. Sniper getting locked down by Malzahar, but Ilia coming from the side to knock him out of the suppression. But he's going to pay for it with his own life. Oh, and Smurf with the deadly flourish from the side. It managed to take out Sniper. RZB making a nice strong comeback here. Actually taking the gold lead now. See Chazzy at the side, wanting to find an opportunity to get in here. Oh, Smurf flashing forward, looking for Austin Jones here. There's the heal to get the speed boost. And the fourth proc is going to be taking down Austin Jones. Oh, Chazzy getting caught by another snare. He gets the stun on the Vile. Vile might die to the poison. No, he is going to live. And RTB managing to double the kill lead, giving them a 2.3k gold lead. 2.2. It was 2.3 when I said 2.3, but the gold leads are about 2k. We'll just say we'll even things out with some rounding up and down. It is worth knowing that Jenga Baby now has the Black Cleaver completed and is working on some kind of giant belt item. Most likely Dead Man's Plate, which will help allow him to catch people. But Holy also building that Black Cleaver, which is going to help him kill people faster. Especially Jenga Baby and Ayalaya. But that little cluster of kills is going to give a nice, strong advantage to RCB for the time being. We do see A39 starting the dragon. Here comes the teleport and the curtain call. Jenga Baby locked down. There's the crystal arrow on the Man Bear Horse Pig. See Chazzy off to the side trying to get into the fight here, but he is getting driven back. Holy jumping in and gets melted. And A39 in very good position to... Oh, wow! They let the ultimate come down, and while they were backing away from the laser, Vile comes over the wall and steals the dragon, giving RCB another Drake, this time an Earth Drake. He dies for it, but that's still pretty close to worth it. They were so concerned about Shurima's ultimate that they weren't close enough to secure the Drake for themselves. I actually didn't see it. I wonder if Vile stealthed in and then jumped over the wall. I didn't quite catch it, so I don't know for sure. But either way, that's a very good solid steal from him. Yep, seeing Shurima working on what I imagine to be a death cap. Definitely worth it, given net. There it is. He is 5-1-9, so he is a driving force for RCB currently. Earth Drake, Mountain Drake, same thing, sorry. I was shorten it down. Kind of like Ocean Drake is a Water Drake. Infernal Drake is a... Is it an Infernal Drake? I can never remember. It's just a Fire Drake. RZB managed to get some vision control around Baron. Definitely don't want A39 to sneak the Baron away. What does A39 need to get back into this game? Austin Jones is a bit of a powerhouse. Oh. Holy and Jenga Baby are going to be going at it. I don't know if Jenga Baby can take Holy. Not with that percentage damage and just getting kited out so hard. Ayalaya getting locked down by the suppression, but he is so tanky. Especially... Oh, he's so close. There's the curtain call. The curtain call does manage to secure the kill. And now Chazzy is in trouble. Oh, he tries to get the ultimate onto Vile, but Vile is actually just a little bit behind him. Chazzy still manages to barely get away with his life. I thought he was a dead man, but he did use this flash to move himself out of the way. And with Chazzy forced to back, we are seeing the Baron being started from RTB. RTB making some really aggressive plays here. And the Drake is actually melting fairly quickly. And Vile is not going to miss the smite. He is going to be able to take it down. And that is going to be RCB further extending their lead. Right between a 4 and 5k gold lead. If there's any hope, it's going to be between Chazzy and Austin Jones. They need Chazzy to land a really solid ultimate in a team fight, and then let Austin Jones and Jenga Baby just DPS everything down. I guess Chazzy too. You definitely can't discount a Cassiopeia DPS, especially in the late game. And we've seen Chazzy can do quite well. And Shurima trying to get a... Just clearing out some anyways. I thought he was trying to snare somebody off screen, but there's no one really close other than Austin Jones, who's well out of range. Oh, Jenga Baby missing the apprehend, actually, and is going to get locked down. There's no way out of him for this. Sniper trying to save the day with his ultimate, the Wild Growth, but unfortunately is going to fall victim himself. RGB just with the constant picks. And we see Vile has not opted for the wings. He's opted for the evolved spikes. ILI getting snared up a little bit, getting some harassment. He doesn't have much in the way of magic, so he's taking a lot of damage from Shurima. And this turret is just being whittled down with that Baron buff. And we see Holy is just having free reign of that top side while Jenga Baby is dead. RCB is in prime position to take this to a game 3. I'll have to see if they can follow through. They've extended their gold lead to about 7k. And they're doing such a good job getting catches. Hialeah almost going down there. Dead Man's Plate, giving him the movement speed to make sure he doesn't quite get catched there. Caught, I should say. Oh, Manbear Horsepig is going to get some love. There's the Crystalline Arrow right onto him. He's actually forced to flash away. There's the Curtain Call onto Smurf. Hialeah looked like he wanted to hit Smurf there, but Smurf actually doesn't get knocked back. Smurf is getting chased down. He's forced to flash, forced to heal. He does taken down by Austin Jones. Jenga Baby from the side, getting the apprehend a double. Chazzy getting chased down by Vile. He is going to go down. Jenga Baby getting CC'd up and is also going to die. The kill going to Manbear Horsepig. Austin Jones trying to get some DPS down, but Holy is so very tanky. There's the flash and the heal from Austin Jones, and there is the boomerang, and it is going to be a kill for Holy. A clean ace for 1 death going to RCB. And they still have Baron. There's the surrender at the 26-minute mark, and that is going to be a 1-for-1. We're going to be going to our game 3 between Ollie39 and Rose Noir Esports. Or is it Rose Noir Gaming? I have to look it up. Sorry, Rose Noir. Either way, we're going to be going to a short break. We'll be back as soon as we're in Champion Select. Don't go anywhere, folks. And we're back after some brief difficulties getting into the lobby. We are ready to go for the last and final match. A39, all A39 should say, facing off against Rose Noir. And it is going to be a very interesting final, given that both teams have played very well. We did see that the first game was very even, up to like the 40-minute mark. It was just dead even. Rose Noir maybe making the mistake of kind of giving too many liberties to Ollie 39. But in the second game, they managed to say, no, we're not doing that anymore. And they took control much faster. It was even up to a point, but eventually they managed to get a nice explosive string of kills, ending up in a lot of objectives taken. And we're getting off to the bat with some fairly quick bans. Rengar, Jace, LeBlanc, Misfortune, Rise, and Lee Sin. I'm very curious to see, because I know the Rengar, LeBlanc, and Rise have not changed for Ollie 39. It has been the exact same bans every single time. But we're seeing some variation coming from Rose Noir. It's been changing up every game with the Jace being a consistent standard. And we might be seeing a return to the Poppy jungle. It could technically be Poppy top. But we've seen Ayalaya play it twice now, both once in the semifinals and once just last game. And he's had pretty good games overall. Very curious to see where that goes and what we're going to see coming out of Rose Noir, because they've opted to change up quite a few times, except for that Malzahar pick. It is going to be a Malzahar support, again, most likely. And Vile going to be making a return to the Cossacks. He had a very strong start, and it did quite well for himself, just eating people alive. You guys can hear me, right? I'm not unmuted. Yeah, my mic's on. I'm just checking. I don't have anyone to bounce off of right now. I'm doing a solo cast for a bit. So, it would be very embarrassing if you guys couldn't hear me this whole time. Wouldn't that have been awkward? Might see Sniper making a return to the Lulu. He did alright. Certainly was not bad. I'd have to go back and watch the video the match to see exactly what went wrong, but it reached a breaking point, and Rose Noir just exploded, culminating in a lot of early objectives, and just let them kind of push into the game and forcing a 26-minute surrender. You can't fool me, bless this Nexus. I've already checked. But it is going to be Sniper on the Zyra. His Zyra has been every single match that we've seen, except for the semifinals, because we didn't catch the picks and bans. We joined off the spectator right off the bat. And we do see Austin Jones making a return to the Varus. The Varus-Zyra combo is very, very common, very popular, and due to their synergy between the ultimates especially, and the snares allowing piercing arrows to almost guaranteed land. That's why Malzahar and Varus are also very, very commonly picked. You can get the full-on suppression from Malzahar, and lets Chains of Corruption hit every single time. Is it Chains? I'm going to look up Varus' ultimate, because I know it's something of Corruption, but I don't know if it's Chains or something else. And it's going to bug me until I check. We do see it is going to be the double AD carry, though. Shurima locking in the Corki, and Smurf locking in the Jhin. So that is a lot of damage, but that does not leave them with much of a front line. It's going to be very interesting to see what Holy picks for the top lane. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen an entirely squishy team composition, but we won't know for sure until that last pick is locked in. It is Chain of Corruption, not Chains of Corruption, just Chain of Corruption. Singular. I guess that makes sense, because it is just a single chain as it hits the target, and then it spreads out. It cheats. We do see a hover on the Maokai, which would not be unusual. Jenga Baby has played it in the past. Obviously, it doesn't quite play like a Malphite, but it is another tanky frontliner, and we do see a Katarina hover, but I don't know if that is going to be the case. And now it's a Vigar hover. Is it going to lock in? It is. It is a Vigar being locked in for Chazzy. This time not going to be playing that Cassiopeia. So going away from the high DPS, going straight into the super burst character. And we're seeing a Camille hover. So it wouldn't be the world's tankiest character. And we're seeing a lot of things being hovered on. He's probably just going to keep switching until they've probably already decided, but they're just switching around to make me talk about every character they hover over. But I'm not going to do it. You can't fool me, man, bear, horse, pig. It's got to be the horse head. Man, bear, horse, pig. And it is going to be a Nautilus top, so that gives them almost all the CC and tankiness they need. Nautilus is like 2 or 3 tanks in one with the amount of crowd control he brings to the table. And it is going to let him essentially duel Jenga Baby to a standstill, as is typical of tanky top laners. Obviously, it doesn't have the global utility of a Shen, but the depth charge allows for some very strong potential picks. I'm genuinely curious to see where this game goes, but that is going to be everybody locked in. It looks like everybody's in the correct slots. And we're just looking at our picks here. We have Jenga Baby playing the Maokai, going to be facing off against Holy's Nautilus. We got Ialaya. I got it. Ialaya. Got it. Facing off on Poppy, facing off against Vile's Kha'Zix. We got Chazzy on the Vigar. It's a Vigar or Vigar? Either way. And it is going to be Shurima. He's going to be facing off against Shurima's Corki. And last, but certainly not least, in the bottom lane, we got Austin Jones. Kind of like Austin Powers, but not British, I'm assuming. And he's going to be partnering up with Sniper 430 instead of 420. He's 430, because it's in the afternoon. And he'll be on the Zyra. And they're going to be facing off against a retarded Smurf and Man, Bear, Horse, Pig playing Jhin and Malzahar, respectively. It's getting a little bit late. My voice is actually a little bit worn. Yeah. I need some water. Excuse me. We are going to be going into a small, tiny commercial break. As soon as we're in game, we'll be back, so don't go anywhere, folks. And we're back. Sorry, my browser is acting up a little bit. And we have a bit of a pause with somebody's cat on fire, apparently. It's not as unbelievable as you might think. I can tell you a little story where we're paused here. I used to play a game called PlanetSide 1 with a group of people I love to play with, a little bit of an outfit, or I guess you call them a clan. I'll continue later. We are actually starting now. We, both teams get ready to go right out of the gate. To finish off my story, basically, we had a friend whose computer caught on fire while we were playing. And, so we didn't see him for a bit. He did make a return, though. It's not every day somebody's computer actually literally catches on fire. Well, better take off that. Oh, let me sit up a little bit. This is the last game of the evening for those of you joining us a little bit late. This is very late in the evening. It is over, it's what 1:20, 1:30 almost? I didn't actually look at the clock. But it is going to be, for sure, the last game of the evening. Both teams are 1-1, with the last game being in RGB's favor, forcing the 26-minute surrender. And it could go either way. Both teams have showed they're very competent, with only minor mistakes here and there that end up leading to defeat. Well, RGB's victory was a little more snowbally, taking firm advantage of a crucial series of mistakes. It looks like both junglers are going to be starting on the bottom side. We've seen that they, Smurf and Manbear Horsepig give very strong leashes to Vile, using those Voidlings to tank up the damage so Vile doesn't have to even worry about popping a pot. And Vile's going to take the one hit, but after that he's going to be perfectly fine. ILI is actually getting a very strong leash, so that both teams are actually going to be ending up to the bot side about the same time. Jenga Baby and Holy are going to be hitting each other a lot, but nothing is going to happen without some additional outside help, I don't think. Unless somebody overstays his weapon in a big wave of minions, which is, of course, very possible. Austin Jones taking a bit of damage from that bouncing grenade. We'll probably see both teams playing very carefully, up until the point where Vile is looking for some kind of payoff on a kill. We did see he put some pressure on the Chazzy early in the mid game, or sorry, early in the beginning of the game, not mid. In the mid lane, which is I think what I meant to say. I'm pretty positive. Don't know for sure. And Jacob maybe actually taking a bit of damage from that Titan's Wrath. Nautilus's early game damage is definitely not to be underestimated. Jenga Baby might have made a bit of a mistake. There is the proc, though, giving Jenga Baby a bit of a heal. Well, Manbear Horsepig taking some damage from Sniper, returning the favor, but Austin Jones not having any of it, actually doing quite a bit of damage to both Manbear Horsepig and Smurf. Who's going to run out of mana first in the top side? We see Vile hanging out in the bush. Jenga does not know he's there. There is no vision. If they do this right, they could force a flash. Oh, the minions are dead. There's the hook. You're going to force Jenga Baby's flash. Well, they didn't end up in a kill, but getting the flash is valuable in its own right. Well, Chazzy going to take a little bit of damage from Shurima. I actually feel like in the mid lane, as long as Chazzy is doing a very good job building his AP, he's eventually just going to burst Shurima through the barrier, through the Hex Drinker. Because we'll definitely see a Hex Drinker got a Shurima. But there's the, there's the dash forward who, for Corky, I can't remember, but Chazzy taking a huge chunk of damage. Oh, Manbear Horsepig just getting harassed out by Sniper Zyra. That's gotta be rough. They play so similarly once they hit level 6, but other than that, they're very different. They do have some pet-style minions, but obviously, Member Horse Pigs are mobile, and Sniper 430 are not. Things are fairly slow though, but currently it looks like the bottom lane of RGB is on the ropes. A39 doing a very good job keeping up the pressure, keeping up that long range harass. Oh, maybe a horse pig getting snared up and then eating a piercing arrow. And we do see Vile is in the wings here, looking to possibly leap from that little spot up there into that bush, but there is a ward there. He would get spotted out. Here he comes, though. There's the rain, keeping Vile back a little bit. That piercing arrow, it did hit Smurf. He is so low. He takes one more of those and he's definitely gonna die. But he has nothing. He is gonna opt to go back. Shurima getting nice and close to Chazzy. Both tanks are getting tankier. Both of the Corrupting Potion and the double orange rings. That's... Oh man, Chazzy. While we were gone, Chazzy taking a bunch of damage. Shurima landing a rocket, keeping him nice and low. Holy and Jenga going at it. There's the depth charge. Jenga Baby not level 6 yet. There's the hook. Jenga Baby did not have the flash, so he couldn't get away from Holy's flash. So that is going to be first blood going to Holy. He might have been fine if he had his own flash, but the Vile's gank from earlier paying off there. I need to be sitting up. Should not be leaning back. Professional. Member Horse Pig trying to get some vision into the jungle. Takes out that Scryer's plant. Scryer's something. There's the plastic coming in to get him over the wall nice and safe, though. Vile getting this blue buff nice and low for Shurima. Going to give him some much needed mana, given that he was almost completely empty there. Saw ping onto Chazzy. Chazzy is so low. There's one on it. There's a rocket. Chazzy is going to be going down to Shurima's Corki. Valkyrie, that's it. Valkyrie's forward. Can't believe I forgot. Still, though, that is going to give Shurima a nice advantage. He's only going to get more and more dangerous. I still stick by what I said with Chazzy gets strong enough, he can still one-shot him, but he needs to get strong enough, and that's not going to be easy if that kind of pressure is going to be continuous. Especially if Vile gets any pressure in as well. Oh, poor Holy, missing 2 out of 3 minions there. He is going to snare up Jenga Baby. There's the hook. Jenga Baby has flash now, but he is going to get taking a lot of damage here. Oh, Holy doesn't quite dodge the Arcane Smash. Very close, though. It looked like he did until I saw it was slowed there. Oh, here comes the package. It's going to force Sniper and Austin Jones are going to be forced to flash to get away. ILI coming from the side, though. Also forced to flash. There's the full curtain call. They're also Shurima picking up a kill with a rocket. And it's going to be RZB with another kill under their belts. They're taking control of this game, and I imagine they're not going to let go. Very good teleport from Holy. Jenga Baby is actually forced to use teleport to get back to lane, so he was not able to follow up there. Very good use of the package by Shurima, pushing back Sniper and Austin back into Smurf and Man-Bear Horsepig. And we're looking at a potential dragon. Now, RCB trying to drag it out of the pit so it doesn't take too much more damage. Here comes Sniper from the side. He is not level 6 yet. He gets snared up by the Deadly Flourish. Chazzy getting the wall down. It doesn't get stolen away, thankfully, but that could have been very dangerous. They did that without Vile, by the way. Super ballsy. But they did know that Ayalaya would just respawning, essentially, so he was not going to... and very unlikely to get there in time. Ayalaya taking a lot of damage from all those raptors, but he clears it out just in time. He's probably going to back here, though. Yep. Vile, once again, with the Evolve Claws. Not unexpected. Completely on point. Nothing unusual there. We're seeing Shurima opting to not even go towards Hexdrinker just yet. He is going to go for that early Trinity Force, get that nice big spike of damage. While this is happening, though, Chazzy actually has made a recovery in CS, so he's caught back up. I'm actually curious to see how much AP he has next time the directed camera hits him. But in the top lane, we have more tank shenanigans. Jenga Baby versus Holy and a bunch of minions, but man, all those minions just evaporate. Between the sapling and that arcane smash, it's going to clear out that way very easily. Both top laners have picked up their Bammy Cinder. Holy with the advantage in magic resistance. So there's the ultimate from Jenga Baby, but not going to do much in the way. Both pretty much walking away even there. It's hard to say who won that. We see Ayalaya is in the wings at top lane, so he might go for a dive? It's hard to say. I personally probably wouldn't dive Holy. That's just me, though. Oh, Manbear Horsepig with the... coming in from the side with the ultimate. He was followed up by Vile. It is going to be another kill. Austin Jones with the Chains of Corruption onto Vile. It's going to snare up Manbear Horsepig under the turret. Manbear Horsepig might be going down. Oh, they were diving him. Holy flashing out of the way of that ultimate from Ayalaya, but now Ayalaya is in huge trouble. Oh, man. That's greedy, diving up a half-health Nautilus under turret with two characters that aren't particularly well known for their high burst damage in this portion of the game. Two tanks, basically. And especially a character like Nautilus who can lock you down under turret for multiple seconds. And that's not insignificant. Ollie 39 might be panicking a bit. They're at a 0-6 disadvantage with a 2k gold. They don't know about the gold lead, obviously. But it's 2k in favor of RZB currently. Nope, Shurima getting that blue buff donated to him, so that's going to be very useful. And we see that Shurima actually has picked up the Sorcerer Shoe, so this is going to give him some nice, solid burst damage. Yep, Valkyrieing forward to get some more damage onto Chaz. Oh, Manbear Horsepig getting caught a little bit of a snare. Here comes Vile from the side, though, onto Jenga Baby. There is the ultimate. Looks like Jenga Baby is in big trouble, though Vile's taking a lot of damage. He's going to get a bit of heal from the W, but it might not be enough. Jenga Baby actually managed to take a kill in a 1v1. He's the first person on his team to get that kill. And Vile may be underestimating how exactly that tanky Jenga Baby is. Maybe if Jenga Baby hadn't picked up the Chain Vest, he probably would have died. But he wants to finish that Sunfire Cape rather early, rather than getting the special cowl. Oh, flash forward on Austin Jones. Austin Jones in a lot of trouble. There's the package and the Valkyrie from Shurima. He gets exhausted trying to take down Austin Jones. He's taking a lot of damage, though. Ayalaya trying to get away. He's so very close. You can see Sniper eating that rocket to make sure that Ayalaya doesn't die. Smurf flashing forward onto Austin Jones. He managed to get the kill, but he gets wall stunned by Ayalaya. Ayalaya is going to be getting both him and Manbear Horsepig. Manbear Horsepig securing a kill onto nobody, actually. I thought he almost got Sniper there, but apparently not. Still, though, that's going to be... That little set of trades was in favor of Ollie 39. That's exactly what they need. It's a 3-for-1. Oh, Chazzy getting dived under the turret. Vile gets stunned up. But I don't see Chazzy getting out of this, especially with Holy just so easily tanking that turret. Oh, uses the ultimate onto Vile, but Vile has a little bit of magic resistance, and Vile's going to opt to not chase anymore. Ooh, getting 4 kills with that single grenade. How are we doing in CS for everybody? Top lane's even, jungle's even, mid lane's only, what, a wave and a half ahead? Maybe 2 waves ahead. Bottom lane isn't much different either, about 2 or 3 waves ahead. So it's fairly even in CS, and that's not huge disparities. We're not like talking 40, 50 CS ahead, which we've seen in the past. But still, RCB has a lead, especially in terms of kill. That's going to give them a 1k gold lead. Oh man, Sniper 430 eating a lot of damage, but ooh, nice sidestep from Sniper, making sure that looked like the rocket wasn't going to hit because of the distance, but he sidestepped anyways, making sure that wasn't going to hit for sure. Very nicely played. Shoot. Very nicely played W. Or no, it's nice to play E from. It's been so long since I've seen a Viger, I can't remember the name of his abilities. Basically walling off Shreema to make sure that he can't chase any further on Sniper. And we're seeing Ollie 39 starting this Mountain Drake. Here comes the teleport from Holy though. Manbear Horseman gets caught out by Jenga and Chazzy. He's going to be going down. Vile going to be forced to get away. He uses his stealth to get away. Here comes Holy from the side. Holy is full health. Jenga baby is going to be going down. Holy is unstoppable. ILI going to get caught out. There's the Chains of Corruption. Going to lock up 2 members. But that is going to give RTB a free Mountain Drake. There's no jungler to stop this. Vile is still alive. And that is a 2 for nothing. Actually, no, it's technically 2 for 1, but Chazzy getting locked from the side, but he managed to burst down Shreema. He's going to get chased down under this turret, though. Holy's going to be more than happy to tank it up. But Sniper and Austin Jones to save the day. Chazzy might be coming into his own now. He did a pretty. I didn't see quite how much health Shreema had, but he did enough to. He's probably confident enough that he could take him, but obviously he couldn't. And of course, Chazzy is playing a character that is only going to get immeasurably more powerful as the game continues to lengthen. Have to see if he can keep that pace up. But RCB is nothing to sneer at. Holy is actually a very impressive scoreline, 5-0 and 1. The attempted dive gave him a nice strong lead. He has that Sunfire Cape, he has a Spectral Cowl, so he's going to turn into a massive wall. Who can very easily clear out entire mini waves. Here's a hook on a Jenga baby, and now they will continue with each other and do next to no damage. But it's worth noting in the long run, Holy is definitely going to have the advantage over Jenga Baby in extended 1v1s. But it is a Maokai, so he's going to be like, I don't want to fight you 1v1, I just want to kill mini waves. And he'll back off accordingly. Ayalaya in that top jungle, in the river, clearing out some vision, getting some of his own vision down, excuse me. Stuttering a little bit there. We do see a ping onto that top turret. It is so very close to dead, and it is the... That'll give them a little bit of a vision advantage. Only getting a bit of harassment down with that Riptide, but it does almost nothing. Oh, Sniper getting caught out by Shreema's package Valkyrie. Nope, Shreema's actually surrounded. It does a lot, still doing a lot of damage to Ayalaya, though. Nope, Jay may be getting snaring up Holy under the turret, but Titan's Wrath eats that all the turret pretty much. Not any issue. Both of them just harassing each other with their longish range magic damage. Oh, Shreema could be in trouble. Oh, the Chains of Corruption misses, but Chazzy still manages to secure the kill with his ultimate. Oh, Ayalaya with the flash into a wall smash. Oh, go back. There's the ultimate from Ayala. Is going to knock back Vile and Smurf. Member Horsepig ulted somebody, but we didn't catch it because the camera decided that top lane was so very important. Oh, Austin Jones walking onto a mine trying to get closer to Smurf, but not Smurf. Member Horsepig. Sorry, everybody's running together. They all have the same names now. Oh, well, here comes Vile to say hi to Austin Jones. Deciding not to chase, though. I think he could have gotten that. I'm not sure why he did overshoot his leap a little bit, so he wasn't immediately in range to get an auto attack and a swipe. Still, I think he could have maybe chased it down a little bit, but he's going to play cautiously, it looks like, for now. Both Vile and Shurima have finished those Hex Drinkers, which is going to give them increased survivability against Chazzy's Burst. Let me hover my mouse. Additional 205. No, I'm not reading that right. It's been so long since I've looked at a Poppy, I don't remember. Here comes the curtain call, though. He's going to land on a Sniper. Sniper popping down his ultimate, but unfortunately 100-0 with the entire curtain call. Oh my. Vile actually got forced back, completely zoned out by the AoE CC from both Chazzy and Sniper. No. Nope, Jenga and Holy once again going at it in topside. Holy is just slowly whittling down this top turret. It's slow, mind you, but it's happening eventually. The rest of his team for RCB has opted to push the bottom side. They have not taken down the middle turret yet, but they are going for this tier 2 bottom turret since they have a minion wave. RCB has the lead, but so far we're seeing a nice stall from Ollie39. They're doing a very good job stalling this out. There's the long range hook on a Jenga Baby, but nothing exciting is going to happen. They're going to hit each other, and Jenga Baby's going to walk away. Nope, Shreema going forward. Sniper 430 is going to get caught out. That's going to give it another kill to RCB, which is especially very well timed because Drake is going to be up in about 5 seconds. And that is going to be a Drake going to RCB once again. That is going to be their third dragon of the game. Kind of a reversal from what we saw in the first game. And they're actually going to have time to pick up a fourth dragon. But that is going to be a double Mountain Drake and Infernal Drake. And unlike never mind. I don't know where I was going with that. Never mind. I think that Jenga Baby is keeping Holy away from that turret. Without some additional help, there's no way Holy can push that turret without just walking up to it and hitting it for... But Jenga Baby knows that and can't push too far forward or else he's going to be a possible victim on his own. And here comes Holy. He's going to go right forward, uses the damage to basically clear out this entire minion wave. Well, but here comes Smurf and Manbear Horsepig from the jungle. They're in position to potentially stay high from this side here. Deadly Flourish not quite landing on Jenga Baby, but RCB might be forcing them away from the turret. Jenga Baby's trying to get some snares and CC. Here comes Curtain Call. I'm not quite sure. I think Smurf was hitting Ayalaya there. I wasn't looking at the health. Oh, flash right over from Manbear Horsepig, but he's going to get knocked back into the river. Here comes the depth charge onto Jenga Baby. Maybe not the right target. Holy is going to get knocked back. Ooh, Smurf doing a lot of damage, but he gets chain CC'd right into the wall. But from the side, we see Manbear Horsepig, Shurima, and Vile all in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turrets. Holy is trying to get close enough to say hi. There's the ultimate. But Holy, is it going to go down? He is going to go down to Jenga Baby. Look how low all of them are. Oh, here comes Shurima. He gets exhausted, though. He does manage to take down Ayalaya, but he ends up dying himself. Actually, Vile secured the kill there with the W. Vile wisely deciding that maybe he's not going to dive. He gets snared up by, say, Sniper. He's just going to die at the turret almost instantly. Sniper is not something to slouch at. He has the Rylai's now, so he's going to be doing a decent chunk of damage on his own. It's also worth noting that was Holy's first death, and he's only going to get tankier. He's working on that Randuin's now. Things are slowing down a bit, but only 39 showing they're not out of it yet. They managed to push the kill and gold lead a little bit closer together. That's the danger of putting all your kills on a character like Nautilus. When he's facing off against, say, Maokai can just stall out. He doesn't need to win. He just needs to keep things from going out of hand. And he's doing a fantastic job of keeping Holy from doing too much other than push this wave up. There's the event horizon, that's what it's called, from Chazzy. He's going to kind of force Vile to make some circles there, using his stealth to make sure he keeps himself alive. Ooh. Excuse me. Oh, Ilia. Oh, curtain call. They're trying to catch somebody. We've seen exactly how much crazy damage that can do. But Ilia is going to eat some of it, at least, so that it doesn't kill quite anybody. The last shot hitting Chazzy and doing a decent chunk of damage. Oh, here, Ghostblade popped. Where is it? It's from Austin Jones, who is eat a rocket for a lot of damage. And both teams have a decent amount of poke. Smurf and Shurima have lots of long-range poke, and Austin Jones had that piercing arrow that does just as much damage, if not more, than both of them. Especially with that lethality built up. Where's Manbear Horsepig on his build? He's working on the Rylai's, but he does not quite have it completed yet. We see that Sniper 430 is a little bit ahead in that department. Oh, Manbear Horsepig eating that piercing arrow with the shield. Vile and Shurima diving onto Austin Jones. Austin Jones is going to be the victim. He's not going to be able to get away. Nope, Jenga Baby with the ultimate is quite tanky, but he gets locked down for several seconds. Chazzy from the side managed to evaporate Manbear Horsepig. Oh. Excuse me, I'm sneezing. Now Vile gets stunned up, chain CC'd. He's not going to be able to get away. He gets evaporated by Chazzy. With the help from Ilia, which is not to be discounted. Oh no. It's Holy versus... It's a 1v3 with Holy. He's a raid boss, but he's not going to be able to survive all three of me. He's going to try and flash, but he gets CC'd by the Twisted Advance from Jenga Baby. There's the Event Horizon, locking him in. He's trying his best. Ooh, Smurf with the curtain call managed to take out Sniper. Nope, Shurima. It manages to take down the turret. In the bottom, there's the Chains of Corruption onto him. Ilia looking for the wall stun, but doesn't quite get it, but it's still more than enough to take down Shurima. He has no mana left. Austin Jones also had more than enough DPS. A turret for his life. I'd say that's worth it. And they also managed to get Sniper foot 30 with that curtain call, saving Holy's life. Holy might have been okay still. It's crazy to see how incredibly tanky he is. Interested to see what he builds next. See, Jenga Baby is building something with that rejuvenation health item, which is a name I can't remember. Builds into Warmogs, Banshee's Veil, and I can't think of what else, honestly. Maybe Locket. And Vile securing the 4th Drake of the game for RZB with some help from both Smurf and Manbear Horsepig. So they are going to be a little bit faster now. When does Elder Drake start spawning? Is it 34 minutes? I cannot remember what time it starts spawning. I don't think you can get a 5th dragon. Not counting Elder Drake, obviously. If you can, I've certainly never seen it. Extrema has the package now, too, so that is going to give them some potential initiation. And they're going to go for Jenga Baby, I think. His turret is still alive. That is worth noting. There's the hook from Holy. Here's the package. Jenga Baby getting pushed back. There's the ultimate. It is going to give him some increased durability. He's trying to get back to the turret. He is going to get away. There is the Event Horizon locking down Holy, but Holy is not exactly squishy. Chazzy didn't use his ultimate there, though, so he's still going to be able to burst down one of the squishier targets. He has that Morellonomicon now. You see Shurima rotating to mid, looking to possibly take down this mid turret. ILI and Holy going at it. Oh, Vile from the side managed to take down Sniper 430. Manbear Horsepick flashing over the wall to lock down Austin Jones, giving another kill to Vile. There's the top turret finally going down to Holy. Oh no, ILI could be in trouble here. There is the Steadfast Presence. He's trying to get away. There's the ultimate. He managed to get 2. He's going to be able to get away, combine that ultimate with a flash. Ooh, gonna see a flash away from Chazzy. He's gonna be able to hit Vile, but Vile barely survives it, assuming the Maw of Mortius there. See Jenga Baby trying to survive, but he is gonna get DPS down by Shurima and Jenga Baby. There is the Holy actually securing the kill with the hook, it looked like. And that is another turret. Actually, that is the second turret for Ollie 39 going down. It actually goes down to minions. See, Ollie, speaking of ILI, forced to flash away. There is Vile forcing Sniper's flash, as well as the ultimate. And we're seeing a ping on the Baron, and I don't know if Ollie 39 can stop this. This Baron, I can't imagine, is gonna not melt. Do we see any response? We see 4 members approaching, but I don't know if they can be able to get there in time. Nope, it melts under the double marksman. Double Mountain Drake, Kha'Zix combo. Can you theoretically get 6? I've never seen more than 4. I guess if he killed it right away. I guess 5 is technically feasible. It's very unlikely, obviously, to get the dragon right at the 230-minute mark, but ILI going to take that red buff for himself. What is A39's method to get back in this game? They're at an 8k disadvantage, though at this point it's not exactly significant. Most people have 4 or 5 items. Jenga Baby, thinking maybe that there was more than Manbear Horsepick there, kind of backs off. And with this Baron, RCB has the potential to end this game on the spot if they get a single team fight. There's the Event Horizon, there's the Curtain Call. Ollie 39 trying to absorb the Curtain Call, but the last shot sneaks through and hits Sniper 430. Chazzy getting locked down by Manbear Horsepick. There's the Chains of Corruption. It's going to lock down Shurima and Vile, but unfortunately Vile takes down Chazzy, but ILI trying to jump in and kill Vile, but gets immediately evaporated. Austin Jones trying to do some damage. Jenga Baby trying to do some damage, and it is a clean ace for RCB. This could very well be the game here. We have 20 seconds until Sniper's up. And I can't imagine that this game is not going to end just right here. They can mostly ignore Sniper, even with all that AP he has. And that is going to be game going to Rose Noir. And they take enough time to make sure they kill Sniper. Ah. A very well played series of games. A valiant effort by Ollie 39. They managed to take game 1, but unfortunately they couldn't keep up in games 2 and 3. RZB takes the victory, going home with it. that is going to be the end of the broadcast. I give a quick shout out to everybody involved. We are Reverie Esports. You can go to our website at reverieesports.com. We also have a Twitter at twitter.com/Reverie Esports. I'm your caster EffectFX. You can follow me at twitter.com/EffectFX. You can also find Octavian. I know most of you love him more than me. That's fine. I love him too. At Octavian Zilch. OCTAVIAN Zilch. ZILCH. If you want to watch him cast tomorrow at the Russian, I'm assuming this Russian IPL League, but I'm not sure. I imagine he'll be tweeting about it as it starts, right at 7 a.m. Central Time. So feel free to watch him. I'm sure he'll love the support. And to give also a quick shout out to our sponsors that help make our little tournament here possible. We have Battlefly, which is the website we use to help run our brackets and let everybody sign up really easily. We have Law History app, which is a phone application, kind of like na.op.gg or, say, Law King, but on your phone, so Android and iPhone. And last but certainly not least is Vibby, which is the website we use to create our highlight reels. You can go to Vibby.com and basically plug in any video, and you can create a highlight reel without downloading any additional software. So, on that note, once again, congratulations to RZB. Of course, their victory for winning this Open is a free slot into our buy-in tournament at the end of the month. So feel free to congratulate them. You can follow them at Twitter, at Rose Noir, I believe it's at Rose Noir Esports. I have to double check though. Let me double check before I say yay or nay on that. And yes, it is Rose Noir Esports. I got it right. I'm glad I got it right. And that's going to be it, folks. Thanks for coming out to watch. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sorry Octavian wasn't able to join us for these last two games. He does have an early day, basically in about 5 hours. So I'll be sleeping and getting some sleep myself. And see you guys later. Thanks for watching.